Well, my phone is louder than I am. Hi, hello, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god, I am fine. Hi, malicious magpie. Hi, Brian. Was just thinking about me. Oh, oh. Been thought about. Oh my god. Why am I sleepy? I don't get it. Okay, you know what? Maybe I do get it. Here, let me explain. So it has been raining for the whole morning, and now it's like sort of like showering outside. You can sort of see like you see pula. You can sort of hear, or I can sort of hear the rain just like around. You know that sound, the rain noise. You can hear that, and then I'm inside my room, being mega cozy. I love rain. Rain's good, especially when I'm inside my own room and just doing my own thing. Feels good. I love rain. Also, I hope you're doing good. I don't think I ate too much. I feel like I've been trying to cut down on my eating habit a little bit. You know, I honestly have been stress eating a lot lately, especially during midnight. On most night before I go to sleep, I was just like, I kind of want to eat. I kind of want to eat something. Like I feel anxious, and then I want to bite something. So I always have like snacks around me, like this. Okay, it says delicious crispy fish skin salted egg. Yeah, that one I finished it in one night. It's kind of big. I kind of just finished it in one night. But yeah, I've been eating a lot and been trying to cut down on some snacks. Sort of. Sort of. Hi Roxix, hi Nexus, hi Zeal. Friends. Can't believe it is that late already. You know, I woke up this morning and I woke up at 6, sort of, a little bit. And then I saw Nexus streaming, it's like, oh! Yeah, I was there for a bit. Only for a bit. Oh. Anyway, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. Let's go get that ferret. I feel like I don't I feel like this week yeah, I feel like this week I don't feel like doing art. My brain is all over the place. Well, not all over the place. My brain is like solely focusing on the Freight convention that's coming up next week. Oh my god. Next week I'm gonna fly and I'm gonna go actually take a lot of pictures, right? Since I'll be suiting up. I feel like my suit back there hasn't been used for a lot. But of course I still take care of it, like, you know, you're gonna brush it, you're gonna spray some we call them Febreze, but Febreze is not that good. There's actually like some spray, a little bit of a disinfectant spray, and then sometimes you're gonna spray water and then just use a pet brush and brush the suit. It helps. It helps. And not to mention that my suit is 11 years old, I think. Yeah, I think I got my suit at 2013, and now it's 2024. 11 years. God, I'm old. I got the science pack for Gleba figure now. Nice. Every time I see that wiggle, I wanna squeak. It's so good. Anyway, I'm ready to play more Counter Strike. I wanna play Counter Strike. Oh yeah, also I've been playing World War Z with my mid-school friends. Really heckin' fun. Love that. Very, very nice. I mean, it's like a horde shooter. But I think it's slightly better than Left 4 Dead, kind of, a little bit. Just a little bit. I feel like the impact, some of the impact on gunshots towards a zombie is not that satisfying. But like, there's one thing that they've done really well is the horde system. Like, you will see mountains of zombies just rushing down on you. That shit's scary, man. And then all you got is a gun, and sometimes you got RPGs and bombs and good. But since I'm playing as a medic, I only have a gun. Like, holy hell, you see mountains of zombies just stepping on each other and there's shit like that, just like rush down towards you. It's like, whoo. Yeah, that is really fucking fun. I love that. Right? I love the game. It's nice. I pressed the wrong button. Hi, Brick. There, this one. I played for 6.5 hours and have been enjoying it a lot. Although there's this problem where most of the time when we all ready to play, so we ready up in the lobby, but then the lobby just like stuck there for like a good minute, and then just kicks us out and say like, oh, lost connection. That happens way too much. It's kind of a game breaker, but hopefully they fix it soon. I researched it and it's like, oh, they say that it's some sort of a, you know, a recent thing, you know, like after the most recent update. Yeah, after the most recent update, and then this problem starts to surface. So it's like, bad, sad. Hi, Carnine. You know, every time I open up Counter Strike, and then I'm like, why am I addicted to this game? Sometimes I don't get it. Like, why am I addicted to this game? There's so many games out there, and I am addicted to like games that is like mega toxic. Counter-Strike being one of them, Tekken being one of them. Like, although I know toxicity exists almost everywhere, but like the games that are addicted at is like dominantly toxicity. Like the toxicity in the game's like so strong. Those are the games that I like. Like, what the fuck? I don't get it sometimes. I don't understand. What is that? Why is that video playing? Shanghai 2024 Perfect World Major live stream? Oh, there's a live stream going on. Yeah, I think I need, since I'm playing alone, yeah, 50. 50 sounds good, 50 looks good, 50 smells good, but I don't smell it anyway. That was weird. Anyway, Olden Guns actually looks good. I didn't really change anything. I have been, however, practicing a lot of rifle shots. So I'm not using a lot of Gremlin guns, while it's still fun. MP9 is definitely one of them. MP9, Mark 10, PPP John is like the Gremlin gun that I am really good at somehow. Sometimes P90, but if I want to play P90, I already go for FAMAS or Gali AR. I would never go AK for now anyway, since it's like it's so jumpy. Every time I shoot the gun, it feels like I'm looking at the sky. So no, I think Galliera works. Although I don't think a long range headshot will kill, but it's very stable. I like it. It has 35 bullets in the mag, so it's like, yeah, it's really good. FAMAS has... I never really use FAMAS, because for CT, usually I go for this one. Sometimes, very rarely, this one. Yeah, these are like my game plan. Well, sort of a game plan. Ancient feels really hard. I kinda want to try out Ancient. But Ancient feels really hard. I also want to try Vertigo. I should try out more maps. You know, if I get shit on, I'll just, you know, the worst case scenario, get kicked. Or like, you know, being talk shit at, but I can always like report them and then just like they're not speaking on my end anymore. So yeah, why not Ancient? So I'm gonna try out Ancient Vertigo. Dust 2, of course. It's the most like classic of the classics. And then it's the map that I know how to do callouts for. Or like I can understand the map more. So is Inferno in a little bit of Minaji. So yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Heck yeah. Feels good. It's Saturday too, so hopefully it's a lot easier to search for matches. Yeah. Sorry, I was I was stretching. Okay, today is just too comfy, I feel like. I hope I don't fall asleep on stream. Does it happen? Do people suddenly fall asleep when they're streaming halfway? I mean, not like sleeping stream, but accidentally falling asleep. Does that even happen? I don't think that happens though. Unless they are doing like a constant high energy for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours, I guess. Then maybe... Oh! Banan. Ooh, banan. Banan. Oh, banan. But banan. Oh yeah. Speaking of banan, so there is one game that Minachi. There's one game that me and Merp was talking about. So Merp told me that Star Wars Outlaw, I think, like a high budget AAA game, something like that. It's like a huge, like graphical fidelity is like insanely high kind of game. It's doing worse than Banana. And I shit you not, the game is just called Banana, and I've been playing it. Told you I'm not lying, alright? You click the banana. That's it. That is literally it. But the game's good. but the game's good. The scam game? Oh, Banana's a scam game? Wow, I didn't know. Does the game has microtransactions? Also, hi Astro. Does the game has microtransactions? Question mark? I mean, for a free game, I'm pretty sure that it has. I'm gonna go B. I'm waiting. They're gonna come out eventually. I'm not gonna rush them down. They might win though. I think I heard something.
Deploying decoy.
There's no stopping us.
Got him.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Using a Steam to scam people, yeah, but by saying a lot of useless banana skins or whatever, Steam Market. Oh, man. Well,
Let's give it to them, boys.
I guess I'm not gonna get scammed, but that is
Grenade out.
unfortunate, really. Hate to see it. I mean, Banana is just like a fun little game, right?
Throwing a grenade. Flashbang. Laying down smoke. Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Okay.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh shit. No, just don't spend like $10,000 on some rare bananas and you'll be fine. Oh yeah, I won't. I mean, I'm just clicking the banana for fun, I guess. Yeah. I'm not gonna spend money on banana.
Come on, let's get this started.
Incendiary. Deploying decoy. Deploying flashbang. Grenade.
Oh shit, let's get the fuck out of me. Clutch or kick? Please kick me, I suck. Looks like they're like B, and they were always like separate.
Throwing fire. Smoke. Flashbang.
Wait, this smoke though. There's someone on top.
All right.
Oh shit. Oh damn, that was good.
Diffusing now.
Yeah, there's not enough time.
And
No
we're
ice
done.
tag? I don't believe that. Oh, nice, you got the gun, you got the gun.
Let's go. Let's go. Laying down the smoke.
Throwing smoke.
Yikes. 3 mid. What is this cursor? What is this crosshair? It's so cool. Holy shit. Oh boy.
Laying down smoke.
Yeah, they were waiting for it. Guess they really like mid. To be fair, mid is a really like nice place to attack for terrorists in this map.
Deploying flashbang.
Oh damn, that was good.
Terrorists win.
Mhm. Actually, nah, I think it's too much.
We aren't going on a windy walk here.
Throwing smoke.
Throwing fire. Smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Who the fuck?
Throwing flashbang.
I'm peeking. Aw. That was late.
Flashbang.
1-on-1.
Throwing smoke.
Throwing smoke. The counter-terrorist team is filled with boy kisses. I mean, I'm a dragon kisser, I guess. Don't listen to them, I believe in you. Trust your own judgment.
Bomb has been planted.
No, B. Oh, is it B? Oh, it's B. Wow, shit. I thought I didn't hear shit. My bad. Good thing I didn't call out because I'm stupid. Bikini bakiti boom. Probably behind the truck, I feel like. 1-on-1 behind the truck is like the best place to hide. Oh no. Oh, wow, shit.
I got it.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an
AWP.
arsenal, they don't mind using it.
Let's see where it's defending. Oh,
Incendiary out.
Deploying smoke
Throwing
shield.
smoke. Grenade. Smoke. Bomb has been planted. Grenade out. Diffusing.
Got him. Famas baby.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Ah, we're getting stuck right into them.
Why are they throwing guns around?
Laying down smoke.
Laying down the smoke.
Throwing fire.
Damn, rushing out. Fair enough, fair enough. P90, I respect that.
Flashbang out. Grenade out.
Oh, yellow is so salty again. I mean, I'm not surprised that yellow is salty. Yo. Orange is popping up, running non-stop. Hell yeah, we don't walk. Walking is prohibited. I respect that. Hell yeah, we love that. Oh. Ooh, nice, good kill. Nice.
There's no stopping us.
Yo, beautiful. You popping off? Ooh, I want a Gali AR. Mine now. Love that gun.
Come on, chop. Grenade out.
Deploying smoke shield.
Incendiary.
Let me try.
Flashbang. Throwing fire. Smoke.
Flashbang out.
Throwing flashbang. Roger. Deploying flashbang.
Hey, god damn it. I tried. my hands are a little bit frozen. Ooh, get the P90. Oh hell yeah, I know you like that. As a submachine gunner, as a gremlin gunner, I respect that. Hell yeah. Nice, Andik. No! That was close. Good try, fuck yeah. Hopping off with the pharmacy. Shouldn't buy this, just buy a smoke.
Let's show them who we are.
Sorry.
Laying down smoke.
You going there? Alright. As an MP9er, I respect that.
Flashbang.
Throwing smoke.
Oh, did I mess up that bad? Oh, goddamn. Middle?
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Oh, should I expected that? I thought I heard someone from the apartment, but I thought I was just hearing things. Unfortunate. Oh no, I'm broke. I have no money.
For Queen Country, men.
Roku.
Incendiary out. Laying down smoke.
Ooh, of course. Almost died for it. AWP mid. I'm not gonna fuck with that.
We took the piss out of them.
You and your pre-fire. I hate it. That was good. Oh wow, you really don't hear it. That was actually kind of scary. I never thought about that too. The silencer is that strong? So there's definitely one at A top. But I don't want to tell them because my co-op sucks. A. Inside, one more. Two more actually. Wow. Two more.
Terrorists win.
Oh, come on, Yellow. That's not cool. If you cannot win, don't blame it on the teammates. Last round, decoy.
Let's go, fellas. Smoke.
Actually, I could go A as well.
Smoke.
Hello? I assume they're like voice chatting since I have that mic closed, so I have no idea. See, my problem is also with this crosshair. You cannot really see anything with this crosshair, right?
Flashbang. Incendiary out.
Oh hell yeah, you're popping off, you know? Oh, Kobe! That was close. Good try, good try. Kobe!
This is our fight.
8-4. I mean, there's always a chance, right? I mean, even though I'm not that good, but I feel there's always a chance to fight back.
Let's go.
Smoke. Where are you going? B? Okay.
I throw the flashbang.
Going mid. Ambitious. No, I'm not going there. That person scared the fuck out of me! Rushing mid. Going B now. calmed down towards the end. I was lucky. I calmed down towards the end. Holy shit, that was scary. Alright, time for some hair dryer action. Love me some hair dryer.
We must move. Throwing smoke. Smoke. It is going to explode. Terrorists win. We are doing this.
Oh, that boop was sus. Hi, Evie.
Now is the time. Smoke.
Ooh, Nick Yip.
Smoke.
Nick Yip is too strong. Thank God I didn't go out with like. I only booped him with consent. Yeah, that's good. That's good. We don't want to randomly boop any suspicious areas, don't we? How bad doing it, Evie? Smoke. Okay. Nice, clear. Oh! From middle. Yikey picky. Oh. Behind.
Counter-terrorists win.
I can try it. That was a good headshot just now. It's okay. I'm bringing up the big gun. Gully AR. Gully AR. Oh shit, I truly suck. Oh wait, I don't suck. Whoa. Okay, it's okay.
We must work
Look, we all have our skill levels in this game. I totally understand. Don't worry. Alright, you want to throw the bomb? You want to throw the bomb down? You want to throw the bomb down? You have the bomb. You have the bomb. You have the bomb. Got him. Ooh, I got flashed. Wait, everyone died? How? 35. Oh, thank you, Evie. 35 is a lot. There we go. We got to 1K mark. I'm gonna try rushing B. You wait for a bit. You wait for a bit. Fire bad. Fire is bad for my fluff. There we go. Damn. There's 2 people. Nice. So salty. I'm almost tempted to just say thanks. It happens. It's Counter-Strike, I'm not surprised. I believe in your reticle. I believe in your crosshair. MP5, one shot, actually 2 shot, 1 kill. Eat that, right? Ooh! They're really fast. It's okay, we can still bring it. We can still bring this back. It's all good. Oh, we Mark 10, Team Mark 10. We love a good old Team Mark 10. Let's go. Going from above. They saw me? Yep, they did. Don't think it's a good idea to go B actually. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, there's like 4 of them, right? One of them staying there is actually a good call. Oh, it's tough. It's really hard. It's really hard. One flashbang. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Good try. Sometimes shotgun is like good, and then sometimes shotgun is just like eh. It doesn't really work. But when it works though, when shotgun works though, like holy shit, man. When shotgun works, it feels good. But when it doesn't work, it's kind of sad, right? Even though sometimes like not point blank, but sometimes short range, it doesn't kill with 1 shot. And in some cases 2 shot if you're aiming at the leg. It's like, no. It's alright. Yikey peeky. Here we go. That's 2.
Let's roll.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like changing the crosshair from my last session. Remember that? I believe I mentioned it like 10 times already. Changing the crosshair helps. All right, it really does. And changing the crosshair to purple. No. Umpa 9. Someone's here. No.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Watch out. Watch out. It's kind of funny when sometimes I'm met with some players that I blocked before, and you see the icon where they got blocked.
Remember,
I just think it's kind of funny.
this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves.
Shoot everything that moves.
Smoke.
You wanna go another? I'll do one too. Uh oh. What's with the rubber band?
Throwing fire.
All at long? I shot someone else. I don't think I shot anyone but my own teammate. Oh wait, I did shoot someone, okay. I love MP9. MP9 gang. Actually, I'm gonna go to fan B.
Come on, you'll drop.
With my name.
Flashbang. Incendiary out. Deploying flashbang.
Okay, that's a good information. They really live A long, don't they? Oh shit. Jumping shot? Goddamn. They love A long. They really love A long. Well. Oh shit, I cannot buy anything. I have to save this run. I have to save this run. Ah. They love A long. I'm rushing A long with the BAM.
Move it.
Not a single B? all in or A long, baby.
Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Damn. I shot too fast. I should have waited a little bit. Are they Russia? They never went B, right? That's the thing.
We are out of here.
Oh, under them? Playing Surge AW. Wow. No, wherever I go, I'm wrong.
Now you're right on. You're right on.
No, I don't believe it. Daylight A long. Oh, drink? I didn't see that. Okay, I'll do it.
Go, go, go. Throwing fire.
Yikes, yikes, yikes. There's at least four fucking flashes. There was at least 4 fucking flashes. I was so flustered.
Flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
I can drink now at least.
Grenade. Laying down smoke.
Oh, it's AWP? I don't think you got the reaction, man. Yeah. Oh, damn! Yeah, the other team is just good. Oh, I did no damage? Oh shit.
Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk here. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang.
I blind shotted one? What the fuck? Hey, we take those. Oh! See if AW per. Damn. Last AWP at A long. Last we saw anyway. Why are you trying to AWP? Honestly, yeah, just hide. I just run down the clock. They might actually go B. Nope, you did. No fucking way! Running headshot, let's go. We love that. MP9 PPP John MP9.
Let's go.
I'm waiting for them to come out this time. Fuck it.
Flashbang.
Okay, that guy's checking. Sure.
Incendiary.
Holy shit, yellow. Yellow is actually popping off. God damn.
Throwing flashbang.
Yellow died.
Throwing fire. Grenade out. Grenade.
Get fucked.
Smoke.
I should have expected that, honestly. That was my bad. Wait, I love that Kobe though. I love that Kobe. Sniper?
Flashbang.
Oh my god.
Deploying flashbang. Counter-terrorists win. Right on.
I didn't choose a gun. I was too far. I didn't shoot a gun just now. Holy shit. Oh, I'm being carried. Let's go.
Move it, move it. Laying down smoke. Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Smoke.
Ooh, that made me jump.
Throwing a grenade.
What the fuck? No fucking way. That was so lucky though. I was basically spraying. What the fuck? That was nasty. I don't even know I was aiming. Hi, Finch. Oh, thank you. Those are all lucky shots, but I'll take them.
Laying down smoke.
I'm just gonna throw one explosive
Grenade out.
and then smoke here.
Throwing smoke.
Smoke. We wait, don't rush in. Be a good kobold and don't rush in.
Incendiary out.
Oh, I messed up. Okay. I cannot believe that. Cobalt skills on my head got exploded. I got bullied. Also, thanks for the 5 stream streak. Ooh, they're all long.
Grenade out.
Hey yo. Hey yo, holy shit. Bringing this back. Right between the horns. I cannot believe it. I got one yeet. Oh, they gave me a gun. Thank you.
Move it, son.
I have a gun. That's why I don't use AK as well. I'm so bad at it.
Incendiary out. Flashbang. Incendiary. Smoke. Deploying flashbang.
Don't really want to rush in. I don't really want to rush in. I want to play it safe.
Grenade. Throwing smoke.
Oh, handgun wins, holy shit. They never expect me to be here. Ready for the Kobe.
Grenade out. Smoke.
Think that might go B. Yeah.
Terrorists win.
Ah, it's AWP. Oh no, I I'm so bad, I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
Let's go. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Laying down smoke.
Oh, fair enough. Shouldn't have tried that. Wait, did they have sight at bomb? Ooh.
Bomb has been planted. Incendiary.
I may have made a thing. What thing? What thing did you make? Ooh. Yeah, no, this sounded close. Yeah, it's right beside that box.
Yark!
Want to see? Oh my god, heck yeah! Go save.
Terrorists win.
I mean, it's the last round, so we have to go save. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Oh. Wait again, hold on. My bush after that didn't seem warm enough. Oh, check this boat. Oh my god, heck yeah. Oh, oh my god, cozy. What? Okay.
Let's go.
Guys, don't leave me behind. Oh, I got a shot. PPP Jong. I kind of want Gali AR. No, PPP Jong. I have indecisiveness. You good? Shouldn't go there. Damn. Holy shit. Hi Nikes, did you hear that Baldur's Gate 3 getting a patch next year that will give all classes new subclass? All classes new subclass, so that's like... Wait, that's a lot of classes now. Oh, you're getting swarmed! That was tough. I was trying to go back and throw the smoke, but I guess that was not it. So 12 new ones, crazy, holy shit.
Let us go.
Damn!
Throwing smoke.
They have Negev, don't go there. They have Negev, don't go there. Oh my god. Will this mean new playthrough? It's just that my PC doesn't my PC doesn't work with Baldur's Gate. I want to finish my previous playthrough though. Oh! Maybe I can give it a try again, start from scratch.
This is our fight. Throwing the flashback. I'm throwing the flashback.
Okay, so I hate this fire. I hate this fire. How did all hell break loose?
Grenade. I'm planted. Bomb has been planted.
Oh, AWP, don't fuck with that. Holy shit, you're so fucking good. My damage could be better.
Time now, my brother.
I'll always throw the smoke. Seems to help. Smoke!
Throwing the flashbang. Grenade out. Smoke. I'm planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Oh, I tried. Kobe!
We are scoop your little scout.
Hell yeah, good shit, what a bomb.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
I love how we always just A, never B. Holy shit.
I'm throwing the flashbang. Grenade out. I'm throwing a grenade.
Holy shit.
I fear no man. I'm planted.
I do miss playing as a Dragonborn in Baldur's Gate 3.
Now we fight.
But it's the fact that there's a lack of Dragonborn NPC and characters and followers.
Flashbang.
It's just kinda sad.
I'm throwing the flashbang.
We all got scot-free? Was that a hit? Oh, one that's short. Ah, yeah. Don't want to just be a dragon, but want to interact with some scalies. Yeah, exactly. Like there's something more special about interacting with scalies other than just me being a scaly as well. Like me being a scaly is already magical enough, and then you get to interact in a world full of scalies. I think it's just like way more magical. That's Toby expected. Toby Kadachi?
This is easy.
Toby.
We kill them, and then we go home. Flashbang. Go forward. Throwing the flashbang. I'm throwing the flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing the flashbang.
Oh my god, shotgun? What the fuck? Dragonborn's lore-wise were recently managed to arrive on Toriel from where they came from, so they're both rare to sight. Oh, Toby's is so good. Yep, we love Toby. And to the fact that most don't leave their home realm. Also, there's a realm where there's full of Dragonborn and Dragonborn alone. I want to be there. Oh my god. That shotgun is popping off, man. Not even a shotgun this time. Dragonborns are from a different... Oh wait, realm, not region. There's like different regions, right? Realm is like entire different world. Fire. Holy. I'm sorry for dropping the bomb in such a worst place possible.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, I'm so sorry. They're not actually native to Faerun, right? Just like how the two gifts are. The gifts is the one we met on the ship, right? One, a gift something key. Key? something? And then you have like Shard. I know Shard because I love the name Shard.
Let's call my brother.
Shard is good. We love Shard. Oh, I was late. I didn't check. Give Yankee, the invading force, and give Zerai. Kobold do a flip. Wait. I think I can do this. Oh wait, I can do it now. After this match. After this round, I mean. Ooh, AWP.
Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Throwing bomb.
My god. Yeah, that was right now. Okay, let me do the flip. I think I can just do this one. Oh my god, that was so cool. Oh damn. I did a flip. Oh my god, I'm so bad. I'm being hard carried. Oh, Cobalt upside down. Oh, well, I guess I have to do this now. So now it's like... Help. Why am I there? I'm being held upside down. It's okay. I'm being held by a dragon and I'm very happy. You're gonna pass out? Ugh. And how you're gently floating? Yeah. Because I'm being held. I mean, I don't know how to put in a PNG that's like held. Me being held. Narix, you're gonna put me down. You put me down, or I'm gonna stay like this. Oh no. Oh, yaki biki. Just add 2 large claws. Oh, one above and one behind. I don't think I have claw images. Yeah, I don't have claw images. Oh. Ugu. Dragon. Oh, why is it all caps? Dragon Claw PNG. Actually, is it possible to search for Valstrax? Valstrax Claw? Nah. No. Oh, I love when I search for Valstrax and then there's like a random Malzeno just appears. Random Malzeno just there. I think if I just search for Dragon Claw, how about that? God, this looks so painfully generic. How to train your dragon drawing? Dragon Village General Motto? Dungeons and Dragons Dragon Claw, and it's just like a random Dragonborn, I think. Kinda love when you see something like this. Fire breathing dragon, and then it's like the most generic cartoony dragon out there. Oh, hi Scar. You love to see it when you search for Dragon Claw and this shows up. It's like, huh. Is that Dragon Claw? Oh sorry, I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna I'm back. Yeah, dragons are generic, but like some of the Google image search shows like it's like Western dragon depiction stereotype, red, big, fire breathing, you know, those kind of like generic. I meant. All right, and it's ancient. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, what's with the ambient noises in this map? I just realized, I never realized how loud the ambiance is in this one. We're rushing by.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them
B? Bomb A? Okay, bomb solo A? What the fuck? Bomb solo mid? Oh, fuck. I have to go support. What the fuck was that? That guy appeared for like 0.1 second. What? Did they actually not see them? No way. What was that guy looking at? Ooh. 147 shots were fired that round. Oh, I have 15 damage. Wow, 15. A whole 15. Going Tech 9? I could try it, yeah.
This is what we have been working for.
I'll follow you guys then. I'll let that one like attract firepower a little bit. I think, why not? Or not, they died. Oh, hell yeah. Holy seat. How? Actually, where do I smoke in this map?
Let us go.
Orange really love to go mid. Shit, bounce back. Oh my god, running farmer's headshot, you lucky fuck. You lucky fuck.
Let's go, my brother.
Orange gave up.
Throw in the flashbang. Throw in the flashbang. Throw in smoke. Grenade out.
I'm not feeling it today, I think. No. Oh, damn. That was good. Uh-oh. You just bombed your own teammate.
We'll dance on your grave.
I couldn't do it. I cannot aim today.
This is our fight. I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing a smoke. Smoke. Flashbang. I'm planting the bomb. Grenade out. Bomb has been throwing fire. I'm throwing fire. Grenade. I'm throwing a flashbang. Terrorists win. You will cry like babies before you die.
I was just trying to throw a bomb. Oh, thanks for picking up my gun, I guess. Oh. Oh my god, dang. They got... Oh my god. They're helping me? Where I'm not doing any damage? Oh my god.
Work together. Molotov. Throwing smoke. Throwing a flashbang. Grenade. Smoke. Flashbang. Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Oh, holy shit, what the fuck? Okay. I mean, that was good. Nice try that. How's the Cobble doing? Cobble is doing pretty good, yeah. And Cobble is enjoying gun. Is that missile?
It is time now, my brothers.
Oh yeah, it is.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Smoke. I'm throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing smoke.
What? Do they know where I am? Oh yeah, they know where I am. What the fuck? Yo, no way! That's a tad bit sus, but maybe it's map knowledge? It feels like map knowledge, but man, that feels bad. Yeah, my damage is just sad.
We will make them regret this day. I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke. Flashbang. Molotov. Smoke. Planted.
Bomb has been planted.
I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire.
That was bad.
Terrorists win.
Hi, Wo. Fish bomb. Fish bomb. Oh, boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, go boom, boom, boom. Well, just now that round was not bad. I got some kills. I got one very lucky headshot there just now.
We must win.
We must win.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing smoke. Darn. Activating the bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
Grenade.
I scared them. I scared my own teammate.
Terrorists win.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. How do you thank you?
Now is the time. Flashbang. Molotov.
Shotgun, ow.
Smoke. Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing fire.
Bomb has been planted.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Terrorists win.
Ooh.
Yes, yes, yes.
Damn, we are coming back. I'm being hard carried again. Let's go. Wait, I'm not the last one. Woo! Let's go. I'm popping off. I'm so good. M4A1. I guess I can try that.
Let's go, my brother.
Orange really love to just go middle and just like fight. Very interesting.
I'm throwing a flashback. Flashback. Molotov. Molotov. Throwing a flashback. I'm throwing a flashback.
Brother, you are very loud. Brother! The shotgun, man, the shotgun. Dee, 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 dee. Oh! Oh man, that was so close. Yeah, they have enough time for this. Maybe? Yeah, they do.
Defused. Counter-terrorists win.
The shotgunner, man. There's always like a shotgunner. Emma is no money? Yeah, okay, good. Even buying a Tech 9? Fuck yeah. Tech 9.
Together we can do this.
Look at Orange, just goes there every turn. Like every turn Orange just goes there, it's kinda scary. But they're doing good too, look at that.
I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing fire. Throwing fire. Throwing a flashback. Throwing fire.
Every time, man.
Grenade. Grenade out. I'm throwing a flashback. Throwing a flashback.
Ah, timing! Got the Zeus. Oh. Tough, 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 tough. Oh, nope, I'm back and being the worst.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Oh, I'm going naked, I guess?
Move it, son.
Oh, I should have run in the middle.
Throwing a grenade.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Pikidi papidi boom. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, I was surprised there. Oh, oh, oh. No bullet. One bullet. You're gonna take the gun. You got this, I believe. You're playing mind games. What?
Terrorists win.
Hey Bob, stream ratting me out. What? What happened? Hey G.
Let's go.
You should show that I've launched Vermintide 2. Did it? I didn't see it.
Flashbang.
Shotgun. No! Oh! Unfortunate.
Let's move out. Laying down smoke.
Holy shit.
Counter-terrorist
What the
One
fuck?
clear
Holy
the
shit.
lines.
That was OP. Give OP?
Move. Throwing fire. Incendiary. Laying down smoke.
You better count the smoke.
Smoke.
Counter-terrorists win.
Nice.
I wanna get the gun. I don't trust myself with AK. Fine, let me try.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Counter-terrorists win.
We took the
Ooh.
piss out of them.
I didn't do anything though.
flashbang.
Counter-terrorists win.
Good stuff. Let's make this right as rain. Throwing fire.
What if I smoke there?
Throwing smoke.
Is this a good smoke?
Throwing fire.
Where's my smoke?
Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Smoke. Grenade. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke. Incendiary out. Incendiary. Throwing a grenade.
Ooh,
Counter-terrorists
from behind.
Go.
Hit me with that break? But why? And no hitting. Zerain is part dragon, right? Or a full blown dragon?
Remember,
I don't remember.
house anymore. This is real life. Throwing fire. Incendiary out. Incendiary. Throwing fire.
Don't know about that smoke. Maybe it's a bad idea to smoke there.
Grenade.
It's gonna be a B?
Deploying flashbang.
I don't know. No one's at A now. Oh my god. Hi, Metal. Oh my god, in metal. I'm not.
Counter-terrorists win.
Now we're really laying into them.
My bad. God, I'm so bad.
Move it. Move it.
Oh wait.
Incendiary. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Smoke. Laying down smoke. Grenade out.
I'm so bad.
Deploying flashbang.
That's an interesting flash. Oh, they have AWP. Animation complete. Ooh, animation.
Bomb has been planted.
Feels like, yeah, cave one. Yeah, cave. Oh, tunnel. Oh my god, you're behind you, man.
Throwing fire.
Yeah, they know, they know. Oh,
Terrorists win.
they don't care about the fire. They want to see. Oh my god, yeah. I always want to see it cobbled. Did you see? Did they see me?
Terrorists win. Bomb has been planted.
Damn. I guess that spot is a very obvious spot, question mark, but dang, I don't like that feeling.
Let's give it to them, boys. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke.
What?
Deploying flashbang. Smoke.
Oh.
Terrorists win.
I'm so bad beyond belief. Oh my god, I couldn't shoot. I couldn't shoot the life of me. I'm actually pulling this team down. Yikes. Actual yikes. Oh my god.
Come on, chop, chop.
I should probably sleep. Oh, and then have a good sleep, Nexus.
Incendiary.
Good luck. Thank you. I'll try my
Throwing
best.
smoke. Throwing a grenade. Flashbang. Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang.
There's no way. I was ready to. Oh my god. Oh my god. God, I was ready to.
Bomb has been planted.
I'm defusing the bomb.
Terrorists win.
Good try. I'm too bad. I'm so sorry. Look at me, 33. Oh. I feel terrible for my team. How the fuck am I silver 2? There's no way. There's no way I'm silver. I'm like Moss 1, I guess. Can I have Moss 1 or Stone Rock 1? Don't give me silver 2. God. Just yip. I wanna yip, but Kobo feel guilty. Oh, I know who Das is. Let me just let him in. Friend of mine, long-time viewer, and check this boat. Oh yeah, that looks comfy as fuck. Love that, love that, love that. Oh, Metal is in the chat. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Oh, Metal is playing. Give me a second. Let me check the settings. Voice and video. Oh, the settings is right. Oh, Metal. Okay. And wait, no.
Hello.
Hey. My shots don't feel too good today.
It's okay. I don't think anyone's ever is.
You might be right.
We ready?
Wait a second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Oh, there's like a huge tournament going on the bottom right.
I think so, yeah.
How do you even commentate this gameplay?
Probably random? I don't know.
Like everything happens so fast. Oh, shot the leg and died. I do very small animations, but it gives so much life. Yeah, you'll be surprised how small little movements, even if it's just like a few pixels different from the previous frame, could give so much life. Yeah. The beauty of animation. Oh, I see two cuties in the bottom right. Metal is definitely one of them. Oh, we can even go full screen? Wow. I'm just looking at the screen very intently.
Maybe we'll both learn something.
Hmm? The what?
Maybe we'll both learn something from. Ooh.
That's two.
Let's roll.
Dust.
Then this. Cobbles. There's cowboy with S now. Oh, it's an Australian server.
Acquainted countrymen.
It's so clean, no skin.
Clean. Yeah, I'll buy the free skin.
Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
A lot of B going on. Oh. Wait, there's only 3? Question mark? Last one in tunnel.
Now we're really laying into them.
Like looking for a shiny gun.
Shiny gun. End of Dragon Gun more.
Time for the goblins.
It's time for Gremlin
We are
Gun.
out of here.
I'll throw a nade.
Grenade.
Short.
Short and long.
Deploying decoy.
No one said short.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh shit.
One left, we go.
Flashbang.
I have to defuse kit.
Diffusing.
I got him.
I got a kid, we're fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Our getting stuck right now.
Yeah, someone else can have that. I don't want it.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. Incendiary. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang.
Mid.
Deploying flashbang.
Short. Short?
Throwing fire.
Short, yeah.
Damn.
Someone's getting shot. My goblin gun's on the ground somewhere.
Did the enemy take
Somewhere.
it?
I have no idea.
Yep, they did. Wait, no, that's...
Oh well.
I want this one. Should be here somewhere.
It's supposed to be.
I
Unless
don't...
it fell down somewhere.
Oh.
Oh, there it is.
I got you!
The goblins. Might want to
Right.
reload it.
I have a sneaking suspicion. Don't know why, but long?
Yeah, I got that feeling too. Is that underneath you?
You were actually right, holy shit!
Lemon squeezy.
Good eye, I didn't even notice. Here you go. Oh, I accidentally threw it to orange. Okay, there we go.
Okay, I got it.
I got your gun. I'm going with my scale guns.
Whoop, they're flashing.
Throwing a grenade. Laying down smoke.
I reckon once you cock the gun once, you don't need to cock it again when you pull it back out.
Grenade out. Flashbang.
Don't think there's anyone at shore.
Short, long? Sounds like it. Go forward.
Nah, I don't
You
think
never
there's
know.
anyone at shore.
Don't risk. Wait, did they just back to...
One short. I
I think they went B.
Seems like B, yeah. It's too quiet at A.
Found him.
Nice.
Yeah, B.
Coming.
Throwing fire. Grenade.
Did he run?
Yeah, probably. It's okay, us gremlins can do it.
Spawn.
Sounds like decoy.
Yeah, he went long. He's gone there. Oh, you were waiting for it.
We're gonna gun them down.
Move it. Move it.
I'm going B.
Okay.
Grenade out.
Oh, hell yeah, Kobe!
Kobe! We both did it. Oh, that poor guy.
He's up there.
Flashbang.
Did another one long. Going mid.
I'm checking B.
Oh, they're going long. They're going A.
They got A? Okay. That might have hurt my footsteps.
Whoa!
Terrorists win.
He took your gun.
My negib. Can't believe they took my negib.
Let's make
I
this
can't
right.
believe we blew up a guy with grenades.
The one kill with Kobe feels good.
Grenade out.
Oh, they just did it too.
Throwing fire.
Spawn, huh? Oh!
One that's short, I saw the bomb for a brief moment.
Ooh! They got the bomb long. But I think I picked it up. Oh, they dropped your negative. Way behind you, buddy.
Don't think they're in spawn anymore.
Did they go through their spawn?
Oh,
Oh, there they are. Yep, they're at B. Woo! You picked up a Zeus.
yeah.
Counter-terrorists
Oh,
win.
no scoping? Goddamn. I got a Zeus.
Hey, it recharges, so it's free.
Yeah.
It's better than a knife. Has slightly longer range.
Zeus. Right, getting
Oh, I'm
flashed.
blind. I'm
Okay.
blind.
Damn, Mac 10. Careful.
Oh, I got one.
Ah! I was trying BAM.
Throwing a grenade.
Oh.
Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang.
Oh. The hair dryer.
The Mike 7. This guy's just gonna,
Ooh.
not gonna do it.
Ooh. The other two might be at B now. I mean,
Oh, the bomb's long.
oh, the bomb's
Don't
at
go
long.
that way.
Oh,
He just flash himself.
it's a special game plan. Oh, AWP.
Oh,
Going for that mega gremlin gun. The P90.
Come on, chop, chop. Grenade out.
you have an AFK. The president is AFK.
Sad.
Laying down smoke.
Long.
Long?
Grenade.
There's no way. The tree long. I think that's my smoke. That lasts for that long?
Terrorists win.
Dang, the terrorists are fighting back. Looks like they really like A. They never really go B at all.
Why are they all AFK?
I have no idea.
Grenade out. Incendiary. Grenade out.
I'm gonna hide here. One short? Got too long. Oh,
Jump, no scope, headshot.
one's at our A site.
Terrorists win.
The jump the jump headshot.
You're in a competitive match, pretty much. Why would you
Remove
AFK?
any doubts in your head. It's us
Right?
or them.
This idiot's AFK again.
Gosh.
Grenade out.
Smoking A long.
Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire.
They're short. The bomb's short.
Alright.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh!
He's just AFK.
Yeah. No way.
How blind are they?
I mean, I know I'm blind, but that one is another level kind of blind.
Oh, now he decides to come back when you have like nothing.
I guess they're trying to not play and just get AWP. No AWP, no move, I guess.
Throwing fire.
It's definitely AWP, I feel like.
Tunnels.
Smoke.
Short.
A bomb down short.
Flashbang.
Last one AWP, their spawn.
Counter-terrorists win.
The clear lights.
Really?
They shot you?
Yeah, the asshole shot me.
Yikes. Why are they like that?
I don't know. If that had killed me, he would have actually been kicked because I had no armor.
Yeah. There was a headshot too, right? I heard.
Mm-hmm. He did it with his pistol.
Incendiary out. Throwing flashbang.
And he's AFK again.
Weird.
Oh, he's back.
Smoke.
They're here. Mid.
Okay.
Somehow can hit me, sure.
Grenade.
Terrorists win.
Why do they AFK? Why?
Hmm.
We will make them regret this day.
I'm buying one smoke.
It sounds like he's stoned.
I'm throwing a grenade.
Bomb dropped.
Bomb has been planted.
Revolver?
Holy shit.
Nice! I hear revolver.
Yeah, I decided to put it in burst and it ended up being better. Don't recommend it though.
Different
Hard to control.
preferences.
Three crows?
Will you rush short?
Are you sure?
Run and gun, I can respect that, I guess.
Throwing a decoy.
If you're gonna go short, walk. Yeah, see, they saw it, they heard you.
I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna show off my bomb first.
No one came with me. He's sitting on the box, dude. Yeah. They're trying to steal guns. behind. Oh, down, down. Jump down, sorry, below you. No idea where the last guy is.
Bomb has been planted.
Need to be under or short. Or he would have found a gun short. So, oh, there he is.
Got him.
Guess not.
Oh, MP9.
Oh, negative.
Negative. I got it.
Hey, Mr. President.
Lash B. I'm gonna try to smoke again.
That would have hurt.
At least once at B. Ooh. I still have my negib. Well, it's not my negib.
That's someone else's.
Yeah. I don't feel like using negib when I'm. Yeah, I want it. Bombs AFK. No, they're moving now.
How could you not see them coming? They were walking up the ramp.
I have to try smoke.
Bomb has been
Mid?
planted.
I'm at A long.
We planted B, so
Alright, I'm going from mid. See if I can flank them. 2 mid.
Terrorists
Nice too.
is that yours? I think you found yours. Oh no, someone else's.
Oh, we got the same one. We got the same Yep, look at that. Oh my god.
Oh, pull disconnected.
Purple? Oh, that's our purple. Yep.
Yeah, from the same guy too.
Gonna do squats. Gonna train them
Oh.
legs. Train them legs.
Gotta get them glutes in good shape to run.
Yeah. We're gonna run. We're gonna rush B.
Why does it say a technical time at 1 minute 15, but the timer up top says like 50 seconds?
It says 48 for me.
Huh.
Weird.
Time will probably continue when it hits 48 then.
Maybe it's like the last round countdown question mark?
Maybe.
Probably.
I don't think anyone else is on our team is even here. They're not even doing anything.
Yeah. Oh no, orange
Oh.
bought something.
Orange bought something.
Fish? I should fish too.
interested in drinking the alcohol than throwing it, but alright.
Is this a very common thing over in Australia?
Yeah, I'm guessing so.
Not saying it's everyone from Australia, but common thing.
For a short-handed income in 2 rounds.
We get extra dolls in. Orange went out with a bang. Oh,
Just
green's
standing
moving.
there.
I'm gonna smoke short.
I bet he was stimming when he's firing.
Grenade. Throwing a flashbang. Grenade out.
Nice too.
Flashbang. I'm throwing fire.
Where's the bomb?
I don't know. Who's got it? That's at us spawn. What the fuck, Orange?
Oh, it's green, not orange. Oh shit.
No, Orange dropped it over there. He had it when he... thing, or whoever it was, I think.
That's why he's probably camping around here. We don't have enough time.
Yeah, we don't have enough time. We gotta both go for it.
I don't know where that is.
Wow, he was just sitting there.
Unfortunate. High numbers. God, I still love that Bappy so much.
Happy.
The Bappy paws, the new emote
Oh.
that numbers got me.
Still wanna shoot the president.
Why does green always have the bomb? It's kind of funny. Oh, orange down. What? One more. Green AFK. So it's only you now.
Grenade.
Nice too. Oh,
I hit him.
Stealth.
I hit him real good. He's low.
Yeah.
Bomb has been planted.
Behind.
AFKs and then doesn't do anything.
Tier cute. Wow. The numbers is cute too. No, do it one more time. Do it one more time.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
You're right. What?
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all. Throwing fire.
And he's on his phone again. Thing.
Yeah. Oh, mid died. Oh.
This is downloading it. Which he needs.
I've got so many channel points. Heck yeah.
I'm rushing with B.
Yeah, we should probably rush. I'm getting P90.
We must move.
Leave this dumbass here.
I'm gonna try to throw this one.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Grenade. Flashbang. I'm throwing fire. Grenade out. Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade. Grenade. Throwing fire.
I'm blind!
I'm blind.
Oh, I got it.
Nice.
Oh, he's camping on the boxes.
Oh, in middle. Oh, they take an A side. No way.
Yeah, they didn't know. Can we win at least 2 rounds before the AFK? So that we can draw?
Yeah. That would have been nice.
There we go. Finally. One more. That's all we need. One more. What? A teammate has abandoned match.
Oh, they're mentioning purple.
Yeah, one of our guys want to surrender.
No, I think this is the automated surrender system.
Nah, that was one of us, I think.
I'm throwing a grenade.
Was it mid?
Yeah. Pure. An SSG shouldn't actually one-shot you. An AWP I understand, but an SSG, no. What's the point in buying a helmet then?
Oh, oh. I got raided.
Where's the bomb?
Oh, I Fair enough, fair
It'd be
enough, fair
funny if
enough.
he jumped off and took enough damage that he died in fall damage. And then he got an award for most embarrassing death.
Zyrox Hideout, hi. And Cobalt Gold, hi. Welcome in, Raiders. What were you playing? DBD? Heck yeah. Hope you had played DBD. Also, welcome in, Raiders.
They're already in the room. Yep.
Ugh. I'm Tira, and I'm playing in County Strike with my Cobalt friend, Metal.
Yeah, yep, yep.
Yeah. And then I do... I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I believe we love Dragons to bits.
We love Dragons to bits.
We love Dragons to bits. And I do art sometimes on Thursday and Mondays.
I want to win, so I'm going sweaty.
I'm back, sorry. No, it's all good. Someone threw me the bomb. Oh, green's scared now. Green's now moving. A long AWP. Gonna be coming in. There's one more. Oh my god, the timing, you fuck. I dropped the bomb, I'm sorry. Ooh!
Damn it, he got me before I shot him. His lag.
The AW per. You didn't get it, you didn't get it. There we go.
They know.
Oh,
Throwing a flashbang.
They're gonna grab Scar now.
okay. Scout. They have the scout.
They have the Scar now.
I'm gonna
We will make
spray
you regret this day.
raspy spray.
Should at least give us a bot. I really hate how you don't get a bot.
I'm throwing a grenade.
It is very unfortunate to like play with one less players. I'm gonna wait for a little bit.
Flashbang.
Oh, someone did. Let it.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Someone's there. B.
Molotov.
I'm gonna try to rotate.
Grenade out. I'm throwing.
Heard that. There's someone there.
Someone admit buffer.
Go away, go away, go away, go away.
I'm going, I'm going.
Throwing a flashbang.
We have to tie. We have to. I've only got 2 health, so I can't really do very much, so...
I'll plant real quick.
Bomb has been planted.
Just stay hidden.
Yeah, they all. I'm pretty sure they all have like snipers and shit.
Either that or a Scar. Yep, he's short, he's short.
Short? Alright. Let me just Kobe.
I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke.
Whoa! That's a Molotov.
Fire! Oh, we love that. We love that.
Through the air. Through the
Flying
smoke.
shotgun. Flying shotgun head suit. Well, I don't know if that's a head suit, but it's a kill.
There we go. That's what I was waiting for.
Let's go, my brother.
We
We love
can...
that.
And he's AFK.
Yep. It's
Oh
okay.
well, we got the tie.
Yeah, we
Who
got the
cares?
tie.
Grenade. Throwing fire. Darn. Throwing a
Oh, he's
flashbang.
moving.
Green's going B.
Flashbang.
Oh!
Damn.
How did I not get hit?
Alright,
Holy shit!
I'm gonna go check.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
I would have scared the crap out of him. And me. Woo!
Oh,
Woo!
I'm slowly going through short.
Apparently I was way too dangerous. I got rushed long and now our teammates just camping. Why use the Zeus? You can't get Zeus. Yeah. Oh well, it's a draw.
We
I
tried. We
got so
tried.
many kills with the shotgun.
Highest
Wait, you have
headshot.
highest headshot?
There's no way. How the fuck do I have 50%?
I have no idea.
Wow, I'm the only silver 4. I'm such a lie. Oh my god, I'm not a silver 4. I'm like rock. Rock
There's 2
1.
shotgun kills. That was great.
Yeah.
Point blank.
There's just something beautiful about jumping shotgun kills.
Yeah.
Just something really nice
What
about that.
I live for. I just heard the back door. Is that my friend showing up?
Who?
Oh, no, it's just food being cooked.
Oh. I'm gonna go get my phone real quick. Super fast?
Which means, how do I... Okay. Which means I will probably be back in about 20 minutes to play some more. Yeah, pretty much food's gonna be ready. So I'll just meet myself in the city.
I'm back. How's stream going? Yep. Stream's going pretty
Just
well.
gonna meet myself and eat. I'm not gonna take long. You probably have a match without me.
Stream's going well, even though my Counter Strike, my Counter Strike skills could be better, but I'm having fun.
Yeah, have a match without me. I'm eating.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm probably gonna... Actually, I want to take a small break. Gonna go for a little break. I didn't say Gibby. What the hell was that? I think Gibby was really loud too. I'll change that afterwards. But for now, I'm taking a small break and I'll be right back after. Hi. In the meantime, you can look at this guy just like holding gun like that. It's a dragon gun. You cannot really see it, but it's a dragon gun. So I'll be right back. Oh wait, no! Don't look at this one. Look at this one. Oh heck yeah! Fish Waddle Dee? I don't know what Waddle Dee is. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Fish again, fish, more fish. Small break means smoking or like AFK, be right back? Small break? Yeah. It's like a AFK, be right back. And it's like Cobalt doesn't know how to spell, so... It's something for funsies. Welcome back, heck yeah. I'll start around without metal. Metal mentioned. And I'm gonna do just that. Although before that I'm gonna change my ping to like 50. Actually, you know what? I just want to play Inferno and Dust for now. Right, for now. Only Inferno and Dust makes me feel like a sweat sweat lord. I've been hugged. Oh my god. Thanks for hug. Hug good. Oh, my family chat is saying that my nephew is having short-sightedness. Honestly, it's sad, but at the same time, I'm not surprised. Considering how close to the screen he is every time he watches iPad or like just at the screen in general, he's literally just like kissing the screen. And I always told him like, no, don't do that. But then when I'm not there, his mom just doesn't really care, so there's the short-sightedness. I'm not even surprised. Used to. Okay, I'm checking Twitter. There's already mods for Rivals of Aether too.
Let's roll.
It's the bird Cass from Zeruda. Hi, Frecky. And thanks for the pet and boop. Oh my god. Oh, you're bad. Hi, Frecky. Oh, that's a cute emo. Together we can do this. Hope you're doing good, Becky.
No more talking. Now we fight.
What? Theodoric? Oh, Theodoric! Wait, you're back. It's been so long. Oh my god. In case you guys don't know, Theodoric is like one of the OG viewers. Viewer when I'm not even affiliated yet. Hope you're doing good, holy shit. Oh shit, that's good.
Counter-terrorists win.
MIA for 2 years? No, it's all good. Studies are more important, come on. I get it, it's fine. Been so busy with life? Sounds good, right? Heck yeah. It's always nice to see you. Thanks for the gifted sub though, thank you.
Now is the
I'm going to the hairdryer. And then armor. There by the armor. The revolver noises. The revolver noises. Eee. Holy. Oh shit! My hair dry is not good enough. Always nice to see. Always nice to support local streamers. I try to do that as well, but it's very rare to see a Malaysian streamer in Twitch space in general, or just streaming in general, especially on Twitch. Seems like a very rare thing. But yeah, when I can, I'll try to do it as well.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke.
So these guys are like the rushers. They never stop rushing. Oh. Ooh. Okay, yeah, that rushing in like that is not good. Oh my god. Yikey peeky. I think you know about me being trans already, right? Or like I identify myself as like a she-they kind of thing already. I think you stopped by when about last year for a little bit, and then I think I mentioned about it to you. Yeah. Oh my god, behind, fuck. I'll bump. Malaysia people I feel like pretty rare and some of them have small and tight-knit communities. Yeah, I think very closet is what Malaysian. Or like Malaysian streamers in general. Yeah, very like a very close small community usually. I remember you mentioning you were gender fluid. I was, because I was still like confused about my own identity, but now I'm pretty sure I'm trans, since I identify myself as she, they, now, or she, her, if I'm feeling extra fancy. Yeah. Also, I heard that your game development thing has been going really well. I already wishlisted one of the games they mentioned to me. I was like, it's a good concept. I like it. It's inspired by PT. Game looks really cool. And then I love how the trailer shows like in schools, and then there's all like Malaysian school attire. I was like, oh, I feel strangely nostalgic. All hell broke loose. God, I'm out of bullet! No! Unfortunate. Like, emotionally invested in the project too? Oh heck yeah! It got so much local Malaysian vibe to it, and then I really hope we can release the game as I officially join the company. Oh yeah. Then that game looks promising, to be honest. I would try it out. Definitely. It's like a fellow Malaysian thing.
We must work together.
We must work together. It's been so fun working on the game. I'm glad. Honestly, working on the project, the most important thing is to have fun. Like, if you have fun with the project, we can feel the genuine excitement. You know what I mean? You feel the excitement, people can feel the excitement. Yeah, it's a great feeling in general. That's a lot of gunfire, but no one dead. Yeah, let me help.
Throwing smoke. Planted.
Oh damn. AUT. I don't feel comfortable with AUG. Here, I'll give it to you. Or not. Anyone wants AUG? I'll try it then. Malaysian creatives support each other. I'll try to support, definitely, if I can. Like, be it just like telling people about it, or monetary support if I can. But I don't think monetary is a choice for that. I've been struggling with the loan a lot. But yeah, if I can spread the word about the game, heck yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm holding. Don't rush, please. Wait, I'm holding it. Okay, that was checking. Okay, we don't need to check this. Please. There we go. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening?
Throwing smoke.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Oh, fear us.
I don't know how to ping that one, I'm sorry. Monetary support is difficult, especially in this country, so no stress. Yeah, totally. Honestly, just cheering on each other as we go about what we want to do is already encouraging. Yep. The mental support means so much sometimes, so I get that. Like me playing Counter-Strike sometimes, I know like when I play Counter-Strike, the viewer base is not gonna go well, but people are supporting me is like, hey, play whatever you like to play. It's like, oh my god, that is so good. It's very heartwarming, and I like that. People are getting rushed at B, question mark? Did you have a good food, Metal?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I had sausage.
Sausage? Oh, heck yeah. Fancy food.
Yeah, it was pork, chives, and something else was in it. I can't remember what.
Really?
Bomb has been planted.
They were rushing.
We
but-
had what are they called? Air fried wedges.
Oh, there's more. Oh, AW pool. Didn't think they can have an AW pool. Don't.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. I've been doing kind of bad actually.
Double feedback.
It looks like you need my luck.
I hear goober fluber? Goober?
What food is delicious? You can't deny that.
Let me throw this bomb. Everyone is. What did it do? Oh my god! One revolver, two sniper mid. Let's go with the plan.
Huh. Yeah, I think a lot of people are using the revolver because they're watching the tournament and they're like, hey, this is workable.
Yeah, but then they don't know.
But then you don't know you gotta hold it down.
Yeah.
So once you start shooting, you just can't stop. You have to hold that on trigger.
I'm gonna try to rotate to B. I don't know what yellow was trying to do, but we're not gonna go against the gap like that.
Whoa! I wouldn't.
I know how Negev works because I love Negev.
The negative.
Negev is too good at like protecting a point if they know how to use it. Like just now, that person was really good at it. I say I'm not gonna go against that. Does that mean that someone is rushing up? Scout and AWP. Damn.
Oh, I completely forgot to turn my phone on today. A ton of messages. That's not good. It rained for once.
Oh, it's raining over there?
Yeah, it rained like 4 in the morning, and I slept in because of the rain all the way through to like 10, and I was like, oh my god, that felt good.
It has been raining a lot, especially for these few weeks over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it rains like every day. It's the monsoon season.
I mean, we just hit summer, so we're gonna get quite a bit of rain, hopefully.
Isn't summer going to be dry?
Well, normally, but it also means more likely to rain. It's weird over here. They'll cyclone season, or hurricanes, or whatever everyone calls them. That's a lot of messages.
Yep. Let's hope for a little bit. AWPs, man. Behind you. Was it behind? I don't even know what that is. Hi, Uncle Board. I agree, just play what you like. Something you're gonna play when you naturally like to remind yourself what you love about gaming. Applies to any art and creative stuff, honestly.
Move it, move it.
all separated. Oh, it's an AWP. No wonder they were like walking. Good job. Gonna get some sleep. I'll see you later. Okay, have a good sleep, Scar. We're getting washed.
We are out of here.
Hi Solar. I can't play? Sure. There's gonna be 3 of us then.
Go, go, go. Incendiary out. Grenade out.
Won't it be? Really?
Bomb has been planted.
Woo!
Terrorists win.
Oh no, we're gonna get hard games for triple. Hard game, why?
Let's go.
Ooh.
Laying down smoke. Incendiary.
Ooh, they know how to throw that smoke.
Who is?
That's loud. Kung, kung, kung. Revolver. Orange is really keen on using revolver. Holy shit, what the fuck?
Damn.
That was fucking instant. Oh!
Terrorists win.
Nice.
One the negative, 1 health. Got dinked.
1 health in a dream.
Nice, Solar.
However, none for the cover.
Which one?
Which one? What?
Yes.
Come on, jump, jump.
My mouth is big enough to numb both.
Okay, fair enough.
Throwing fire.
Throwing fire. Gonna rush a short because I can. I'm probably gonna die for it. Help. 5 at short, what the fuck? Ooh. Ooh, the Negev. Popping off.
Smoke.
I didn't realize you guys are too small. Something like that.
Counter-terrorists win.
Now we're really laying into them.
Hey. Oh, they got me in again.
Big gun for a little kobold.
I got the Negip.
Move it, move it.
The Negip.
Negip.
Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke.
No one's looking at long. Wow. Checking. Lots of noises from mid.
Grenade out. Grenade. Grenade out.
Molly.
Throwing fire.
Two negative. What are you gonna do about it, huh?
Smoke.
Counter-terrorists win.
You're right on. You're right
Ooh.
on.
Is it possible for a reverse sweep? I'll try my best.
I believe.
I believe.
Let's move out. Laying down
Check
smoke.
this out.
Throwing smoke.
Yeah.
Throwing flashbang. Incendiary. Grenade. Laying down smoke.
Interesting smoke. I can't see shit.
Throwing a grenade. Flashbang.
I heard wrong. Ugh, I suck. I couldn't do it with the naked.
You need to yip harder, that's why.
I didn't hear.
You didn't yip hard enough with the Negip.
Bomb has been planted.
I didn't yip for the naked. That is pure bass. Feels like car.
Incendiary.
No car? Oh, unfortunate. Can we clean it?
Oh, I think I know where he was. He would have been crouched ramp.
Move.
Oh, crouch ramp.
Yeah.
True.
Deploying flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
So I think that's about the only spot that Orange wouldn't have seen him that he could have got shot from.
Purple is already rushed in.
Purple fucking Newman, yeah.
Oh my god, purple. Purple is popping off.
Oof, he got PB'd.
Throwing flashbang. Grenade.
They might be going short.
Yep, yep.
How the fuck am I not killing them?
Counter-terrorists win.
Alright.
That was so bad. It's beyond belief. What the fuck?
You got distracted by having too many targets.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit.
You're like, I want to shoot them all at once.
I couldn't choose. Indecisive.
Flashbang.
Ugh.
Deploying flashbang.
I guess I'll check mid. I guess.
Fire.
Holy shit! People with the P90 is so strong. Smoke.
Throwing smoke.
They won't know what hit them.
Flashbang.
Ooh. Fair enough. I was sitting there, not moving. Ooh, orange? Holy shit, orange pop off? Yo, goddamn, careful. The gremlin gun strikes again.
What are you calling the gremlin gun? The Bison or the MP7?
MP7, MP9, PP Python, hairdryer, P90.
Just SMGs in general.
You can run and shoot at the same time.
Laying down smoke. Incendiary out.
It's nice. I can be a gremlin.
Throwing
Gremlin.
flashbang.
They never went A long.
Throwing a grenade.
I don't believe that. Oh, that's short. God.
Grenade out. Deploying flashbang.
I can't see shit. Oh, we tried. I mean, I don't know if I tried, but I truly tried. Wait. Pop off. We got this.
Smoke.
Oh, they didn't even plant.
Oh.
Oh no, they did.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, so close.
Okay.
Alright.
Thank goodness I'm not the worst.
Give me an invite once you're out.
Mm.
Whack.
Oh.
My MP7 hasn't, sorry, my Mag 7 hasn't sold yet, so I relisted it very slightly cheaper. Just because it doesn't seem to actually move much, so I'm just trying to figure out what the actual price point is.
That'll mean TRL will have to invite both of us since I don't have you on my list.
Invite like that.
That'll probably
Yeah.
work. Yes.
And then let me change. I just checked my blue sky for a little bit and I saw someone has the name of like something Dragon's Bed Chambers and it's like
Oh wow.
You-
Wow.
You guys okay with Dust 2 Inferno Mirage Nuke Vertigo Ancient?
Yeah. Sounds good to me. But that's normally about my list. I just normally have train on top, but I don't really mind. Like,
Oh wait, train is fun. I forgot. Yeah, train is pretty good. I want train. Okay, so
I like ancient because I seem to have fun with scouts on ancient. I don't know what it is about that map.
maybe it's the bird noises.
Like I just spend half the game messing around with the scout and do okay. Whereas I can't do that on any other map. I don't know why. I don't know why it's that map in particular.
Maybe now we know what element is the dragon. Ancient.
Nope.
No. Which one?
Nope. But yeah, no, like I put the Mag 7 back up, so fingers crossed it sells soon. Maybe. I don't know if I priced it correctly.
I have no idea.
Because the ones that have sold have been way cheaper, but like I'm pretty sure I'm still the cheapest on the market by like at least a couple of dollars. So it's like,
It's okay. Once you sell that skin, you can play Atlas.
yeah. It's like, or do I rush it by selling the USPS? But I actually use that.
USPS? Oh, the silencer.
Yeah, because that's my other valuable skin.
They can just use the basic one.
Then my Galil's worth a little. But like the Mag 7 is the expensive skin, and that's something that I don't use that much.
Mag 7, yeah, I don't really use shotgun. I tried a few times because I saw Metal is really good with that, and then I tried it. I cannot use it.
Yeah, it's very punchy.
Punchy.
It feels like
Yeah.
when I shoot a shot of shotgun, I fly to the sky.
Australian Nuke.
Nuke? Oh no! Wait, I shouldn't have played Nuke. I'm Gold Nova at Nuke, and it's a lie.
Oh well, time for all of us to get good in a hurry.
Mm.
Or is Metal
Oh,
also very good?
ooh. Cancel search.
I'm okay.
Cancel and take off Nuke.
Cancel
I
search.
see.
Oh, thank
I
goodness.
see.
I don't want that Gold Nova. I feel so stressed out.
No, I'm buying things.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Confirm or not confirm because menu.
I cannot see if you're confirmed or not.
Let's roll.
Wow.
Did I get it? I
The
can't tell
match
if I got it.
started, so I'm
You got it.
assuming you got to confirm.
Did it confirm?
Yeah, we're in the game.
It started, so. Wait, how much does that sell for? Huh, not very much.
Yeah, Metal's in. Oh wait, you can. Oh, that's what the lag is. Wait. So,
I got a poltergeist.
like,
Yeah.
I shot.
Yeah,
Shot,
you see that on the ground? That's worth about like 20 USD.
Because it's old?
I think because it's old, yeah.
Yeah,
Like
you
that.
can't
That's
get
my
the
guess.
container
Because it's
anymore.
actually like a really old skin. Because like, I mean, look at it. It's not fancy.
I don't know. Any skin is like fancy to me.
I will buy a kit and that will be it.
All right, I'm gonna go B. Actually, I feel like everyone's going B, but I'm gonna go B and hope that we spread.
Move it, son.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna go B. I'm gonna throw bomb at banana. At the banana tunnel. Yeah.
Grenade.
Good.
hear him.
Ah! It's okay, we killed one for free. A few is at A, but the bomb is at B now.
I'm just gonna watch banana. Watch
Coming
behind
coming from mid one. Ooh,
Oh.
holy shit.
me. They were better at the one tap than I was.
I was gonna swap to a knife. What was Orange doing?
Because they did push mid as well, I think, is what Orange was doing. Was just making sure they weren't split pushing. Which, like, fair enough. Unlucky.
Nice nades. We love nade to the banana. Colon 3, we love that.
I will eco again, pretty much, in this my pistol.
We are out of here.
I am
won.
the only one not ecoing whips. I'm way too used to lower ranked teams that just buy every round.
I'm MP9. Don't worry, got this.
No, don't go in. Do not go in.
Ow! My butt!
I think there were a few at mid.
Shit. Flash did get me.
Oh, I'm coming to the bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't know what to do.
Where were they?
I have no idea. Oh!
Shit, that's you. Do you have kit?
No. Where's the bomb?
I didn't realize it was one CT.
Okay. Gun.
Let's see. Yes, people buying.
Let's go.
And I'm the only one with a kit.
I don't have money to buy kit.
What color are you? Sure.
Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Grenade out. Incendiary.
I'm hearing a lot of
Alright, I'm
footsteps.
going A because they got a kill there.
Oh, I'm hearing stuffs.
Don't know if they're going in. I'm checking from top. Guess they rotated. Is A fine? I'm going
Yeah, probably A.
A is not fine.
A. Okay, I'm coming A.
Bomb has been
Alright.
planted.
Yeah, that's planted A.
Mhm.
Alright, you clear to
Coming.
come out.
Yep.
One's apps.
Coming up.
That was wild. Got him.
Oh.
Metal, it's up to you.
I got it.
The kid. Steal.
Been defused.
We took the piss out of them.
I don't want it.
I don't blame you.
And green's probably going with you, so.
Move it. Move it.
I'm going
was
to
correct.
ban. Actually, I think 3A should be
Throwing flashbang.
nice.
Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang.
Oof.
Because A is like
Orange
more.
kind of fucked me up
Throwing
there.
flashbang.
The orange blocked
They,
you.
they flashed, which is kind of sensible, except for the fact that their timing was really bad.
Oh.
Throwing a grenade.
And it was weird, like, they flashed when I wanted to peek. Ooh.
they're gonna go up to B. A, sorry.
Yep.
I'll stay here just in case.
I think green's doing the same.
Yeah,
Wanna-
Green's doing the same. I'll rush at the mid, screw it.
And one above you.
Follow me.
Nice.
Whoa!
Ooh,
Last on site.
nice.
Point blank with a mag. That would have scared the crap out of him.
Yeah, like there is nothing quite as fucking jump scare as getting one tapped by shotguns. Oh crap.
Kablam.
It's like, oh yeah, go back in the room. Just immediate
Yeah,
reaction.
fucking
When
been there, done that.
it's happened to me so many times.
The true jump scare is a shotgun, not the
Oh,
AW
it
poo.
is. Oh, God, that bounce off you. Oh, I'm blind.
Oh, they did flash, alright.
Ah!
Oh,
There's two in the corner divot thing.
I saw bombs at B. I'm coming.
Yeah, that'd be.
I'm coming.
Bomb is down right now, I think.
Maybe. Did they get it?
I'm running.
Oh, they're grabbing it.
Yep, they did.
They grabbed it.
Yeah, they grabbed it.
Yep.
They're gonna come up mid.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Blind shot.
Oh,
Ooh, that
Yeah,
smoke is
like
crazy.
what I did is I basically tried to shoot that corner through smoke.
ah.
Very gamey.
Like the corner around the concrete. I was like, I think that's where they're gonna be going. And apparently I was correct.
Yep, that's it. I threw a Molotov behind them, so it was just those two that were sitting there.
Yeah, no, because I got them out of the corner with the molly, which was very funny.
Another flash.
Smoke.
Oh, they're there.
Yep.
Where?
Well, there's at least one pushing B.
2A died somehow.
There you go.
You?
Yep.
Okay.
Ah! They might have
Yep, they
rotated
got
to A.
Yeah, they went A.
I got front and back.
Bomb has been planted.
AWP?
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
oh none of them
I
died.
didn't look for that one for some reason. I should have. Green looks like they are struggling. What is green like? Green can have one of those.
Which one?
You gave him gun.
Go, go, go.
I'm with you.
That was so close.
Hmm.
Ah, that's a flash.
Yep.
They're probably around that corner. Yeah, they're around that corner. But no, they're hurt.
I got a smoke there.
Ow! I'm hurt.
Ah, fuck. Top mid. Top mid. Two.
Yeah, okay.
Both
Two,
top
okay.
mid. Yep.
Alright, so A then.
I'm going from banana.
What's green doing? Get to the point.
One SMG, unsure other.
Incendiary out.
Hiding. Whoa!
One spawn.
They really rotate all the way back to T. Why?
Check banana. Check banana.
Yep.
I can stay on the point.
No, no. T. Just kill green.
I'm holding here. I'm hearing
Yeah, just hold
footsteps.
there.
I'm hearing footsteps.
Alright, I'm coming.
Hi, how you doing? Dang.
Who took up? Orange did. Alright. I'm gonna get back to my home at B.
Yeah, B is
Yep.
my home.
Because I was like, yeah, green and orange are gonna go that way, with orange taking orb. Called it.
Yeah. Normally how
Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Flashbang.
I'm holding here.
They smoked.
Incendiary. Grenade.
A got
I'm gonna rotate.
smoked. Okay.
Yep, rotate. That's a decoy going off.
Throwing flashbang.
Yep, they're right. Alright, coming.
I'm going for banana.
Okay. They're on the other side, are they? Throwing flash. Yep. On the point.
I'm planting.
Oh Jesus.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, P90 was right there.
Terrorists win.
I couldn't aim.
Alright. Fuck it. No armor.
Nah, yip. I'm gonna yip hard. I think I'm gonna go A with them.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire.
That's
Quite
lot
a
of
few
burn.
utilities
Yes.
getting used to B.
Oh, that's a smoke.
I'm rotating this to B just to
Flash.
check. A is very quiet, so I'm going B. There's smoke at CT.
So
that's
one
you.
in the smoke.
Whoa.
Oh, bomb's mid. Okay.
Bombs at mid?
Oh.
And they all died. Shouldn't have rotated.
Alright, I'm gone. Bowling. Two with me. Whee!
I bombed someone.
Two pretty hurt from a shotgun. I don't know where they go. They may go B.
I have the steps.
Oh! What's that? Yeah, they're right there.
Wow. They have so many flashes.
Was that three?
Oh shit.
Terrorists win.
They were there the whole time, Jesus.
The patience on that man.
Yeah. Oh, he was the one who got the frag in. He must have gone there straight away, I think.
And it just hit there.
Yeah.
Come on, chop chop.
Probably gonna have to eco next round.
Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade.
Tagged heavy. Nice.
I'm going B.
Yeah, they're here.
I'm going.
Headshot! 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 How is he not dead?
It must be like a single pellet headshot or something.
I'm getting the indicator saying it's happening.
Grenade.
Oh, that's another assist.
I think that's an open corner.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm gonna
Throwing
smoke
a
over there.
grenade.
Ah, my smoke
Oh,
bounced
that
back.
bounced.
God damn it. Ah. That was bad smoke, I'm sorry.
Two going banana.
AWP.
I'm hitting them.
I think the orbs moved off. Like the orbs
don't
are
like
gone
me.
now, I think.
They don't like me.
How you doing?
I'm coming.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it. Oh! The MP9 rush.
I'll give Dark Green that AWP. I'm not gonna use it.
There might have been a bit of a jump scare to them. AW was like, oh god, oh god.
I think we both panicked at that point.
Yeah.
Everyone involved was panicking. Yep.
It's a shotgun. What do you expect?
There were 2 AWPs, and then they both missed me. It's like, hell yeah.
The amount of times I hit them was hilarious.
Mid AWP died.
Grenade out. Deploying flashbang.
Not the flash I wanted.
I'm going through stuff at
A.
banana.
A.
Yep. Pull back.
I saw
I'm
one
coming.
up mid.
I'm coming.
Oh, front and back, I'm sorry.
Bomb here. Oh, headshot is in.
I'm smoked, but I'm in building.
Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke.
One was mid.
All right,
Might be going around.
I've got this side of you.
Ooh.
Ooh, they flew.
Wait, is that behind us? I think that's behind us.
Whoa,
Yeah, it was behind us.
nice.
I was checking before you'd even said it. I was like,
I heard at the moment of a footstep, and that's gotta be behind us.
oh, you might have heard me actually.
Oh! I mean, still convenient. Oh, Max 7 putting in work.
Max 7. They just flew whenever they get hit like mid-range.
Right? He did like a whole flip and everything.
Grenade out. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
I think they're scared to push up here now because of what I've done.
Incendiary.
The Max 7 is too powerful.
Throwing a grenade.
Oop, I think I hit someone with that. Flashing.
Flashbang.
Ooh! There's 2 there. 2 mid. I am not going near that. That is 2 sniper rifles. They are pissed off at me. Oh, they're moving up to me.
Deploying flashbang.
No one said A top.
Just 1. Just pull him back. Oh, headshot him. That's it. Oh, another one.
Flashbang.
Damn it, they got B.
I'm coming.
Oh!
That was the only one.
Oh my god.
Huh.
You're right on.
That was sexy.
Oh my
Wait, we're on
god.
top of the board? What the hell?
How did I do that?
I have so much damage!
We will never regret this day.
Probably from grenades. And shotgun.
Yeah, that first round Kobe helped.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll buy a grenade again. Why not? It worked so well the first time. Put this thing in burst? Yeah, burst.
We
I need to learn how to land the fire grenade in Banana, because there's a grenade that hits where we were.
Yeah, but I can't figure out how to get it up the ramp.
Like because I am so used to having that grenade thrown at me. Ah, there it is.
Woo!
Kobe.
Tear it up with the Kobe!
Two there still.
I'm waiting for a bit. I rotated.
Go back up Banana.
I Oh my god, what the fuck? That is the
God, they
scariest
stacked
thing.
Banana.
Oh, how the
Eagle
fuck?
trying.
What the fuck was that round?
That was us being dumbasses, is what that was.
Are we buying or look around? I'm not seeing anyone buying, so alright. I'll just buy a grenade again.
I'm gonna grenade and armor.
We've got small buys, yeah.
Yeah, small buys.
I'm gonna explode their ass again.
Let's go girl on it. They rush it up the mid.
Oh, I killed myself. What the fuck? Oh, I bombed myself
Huh.
by accident.
Enemy player awarded for compensation for your suicide.
Yeah. I didn't mean to bomb myself. Ooh, Nova.
Oop. Here one.
Sight.
He only hit his limbs, that's unfortunate.
Oh,
he's doing
the
me!
fu-
He's doing me!
Oh!
Why would you
Dang.
get rid of the shotgun?
Up and up. Let's
It's
go.
so good!
You could just play it nice.
Shotgun life!
The bomb. Lurk in smoke.
I don't know, mind games.
Oh, to your left.
Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, he didn't hear him. I heard him.
That was very loud.
Hmm.
Oh, wait, no.
Wow, teammates did it for us.
No, that's the guy. That is the guy. He's calling himself a diff motherfucker.
Oh, don't say that.
Isn't it just weird his
Green.
name's just Dark? It's just flat Dark.
and a few steppies on the
You know what? I'm doing it.
shotgun.
Shotgun. I'm doing it.
I'm
I'm
trying.
gonna counter their shotgun with my shotgun.
Heck yeah! I'm going
I
to
think
the
go A.
playground. We can go A once.
I'm gonna firebomb B so that way they can't really move up and then move up to A.
I'll follow them. Bomb's going to A, so I follow B. I follow bomb.
Alright. Keep an eye on your right, Dragon. Just be careful.
Yeah, for the... Jesus.
I bought you a few seconds. Is there someone in that building?
What's Orange doing?
I think there's someone in that building.
Why is Orange going to the tunnel?
Wah.
Did you get exploded?
Yeah, they're coming up. They're coming up.
Yep. Orange was flashing me is what Orange was doing.
I ain't a bitch. I'll keep using shotgun.
Yeah.
So he flashed you, did he?
Yeah. It's like the third time this game that he's team flashed.
And Green's going A, I think. I'm following bomb. I was so slow on that. Fire.
Anyone moving up?
I'm in apartment.
Careful from banana mid.
He's tagged heavy. Oh, someone else already got the gunner.
I'm watching behind us, so you should be alright. Just keep an eye on the point.
I'm slowly hiding at A still.
Come on, blue, plant.
Where? Can we plant a B? Question mark?
There's still one banana, but if he wants to push out, he can push out now.
They saw the bomb at A.
left side.
Ooh. What was that orange aim? Was it lag? Oh,
Hit him. Didn't kill him.
Metal is really good with shotgun.
Yeah, shotgun's my shtick.
I feel like SMG is just my shtick.
Yeah, someone else has to go. I normally do stupid stuff. I don't want to carry it.
I'll follow you guys for now, see if we can attract firepower because they keep going A. I'm gonna take follow you, sorry.
That's flash.
Hey yo,
Look at.
we love that dink sound. Alright, we've already got one pick mid.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, he's all over the wall.
B noises.
Check that corner just in case.
Hey,
Flashing.
Flashing. All right, go on.
I'm smoking
Flashing?
city. God, this
Stack.
I'm leaving there, that's their good player.
The Dax to the right.
Yeah, I tried nading.
Oh,
Ooh,
Two of them,
two.
alright.
Yeah, two of them on B.
green. That A is safe. Green and solar is in A side. Oh,
Like, where the fuck's orange going?
Planted.
Bomb has been planted.
is this a revenge? Heck yeah.
That's the Daka on the ground there. Oh, there's another one there. Green.
Why are you shooting on Chimkin? 2 on green, wow.
What the?
Were they flash that bad?
Apparently they flashed themselves.
Feels like it.
I was watching. I can't afford anything. Alright. Pistols.
Oh, I can drop you.
Okay, I'll buy an armor then. Just pick whatever. Here you go.
There we go, prison.
Dragon presenting guns for Cobble? Heck yeah. Oh, it's really good.
To your left.
Oh my god, Scar.
How'd I miss that? I am judging myself very hard.
Oh, I hit him twice and he didn't die.
Yeah, they're looking at banana very intently.
Yeah, there you go. I was
Hey, nice job.
A lot of these guns like need to be removed.
Shotgun?
That a shotgun? He's doing to me! Have I inspired people?
The inspiration on kobolds to others. Bardic
Apparently, he had the
inspiration.
Mag 7 too.
Yeah,
Bar-
there's one. I think there was one more banana, but I don't know where the last was.
Oh, none of us are alive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 2 of them, one's at...
They're probably camping that.
Probably.
Yeah, probably one looking at each end is my guess. One with the scar.
Oh!
Yeah, probably should have waited for orange.
That's unfortunate.
Rip.
I think I'm the one who put the bomb there. I might have rushed
I
too
have no
deep in.
idea. Oh,
Flesh.
keep an eye on banana. No, don't look that way.
Oh,
Crosshair up. Yep.
biggity bucket.
One to your left and right. Told ya.
I knew it!
He didn't look enough.
Grats. The grats.
Something tells me that one's sarcastic.
The
Don't know
Grant
what
is
it
so
would be.
condescending.
I don't know what it could be, but something tells me that one's sarcastic.
Yeah.
Why did he drop the bomb there?
I'm not too sure. Maybe they're trying to snipe
I mean,
here.
it beats not being able to for them to see it, so
I'll grab the bomb. I have the bomb.
Alright, there's one more coming, banana. As in one more.
one over here in the corner.
Tilra, drop me bomb.
Okay. Sorry, this one.
Oh, I see him. Opposite side of the point. Don't flash. Yes, you got him. Underneath you though. Underneath you. One. Plant. That was the Daka.
Bomb has been planted.
Ooh, this is gonna be a close one. Yo, that's pretty hurt. There you go.
I saw
There
two
you
of them. Oh my god.
Did that guy just like fucking 360?
He's
you?
reloading! Just... He was reloading, he could have pushed! Oh, is it too late?
They
No,
might have
I think he's
kit.
got kit.
Oh,
he
there you go.
didn't.
Oh, let's go.
As soon as the camera zoomed down, I'm pretty sure it's over.
Yeah, it was the not having kit, I think, that screwed him there.
So the MVP was the bomb?
Heck yeah. Whoever
Yeah.
planted the bomb.
Orange got nuggets. What? What a crap, look at this match's damage. We've all done so much to each other.
Yeah, holy shit.
Jesus.
Oh, one pushed up. He's gonna be second.
Ah! One around the
Here.
corner.
I hear footsteps from the left. Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah, behind. I'll go first.
Behind you. I'm right behind you. Is what I'm trying to say.
Remember, check underneath. Oh,
Oh
never
shit.
mind. They
Wow,
were
they
one
hard
spot
stacked.
apparently. Yeah. Please plan. Stab me with the
Money.
Monies.
bonus. I know. Is that a car horn? It is.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard a car horn in game.
Oh yeah, this map has it.
Ah, crap, I picked it up. Oh well, I guess we're doing A.
I'm following you. I think I heard footsteps in the house.
There's one apps top.
Ah!
Probably the one that just got killed.
Ow! Did he see me? That's the important part. Did his team see me? That's what that's what I'm worried about. I'm got a ninja plant. He's on me.
No, we do not.
What the fuck?
Jesus.
The P90 is OP?
Oh! 2v2. Both on the point.
Whoa.
Oh, they got him.
I did not expect them both on point. What the?
Yeah!
They were all at A.
What the crap? Hey, get this bomb off me. I'm cursed.
We must work together. Throw in the flashbang. Let's throw
One rushing banana.
I'm behind you. 2.
Correction, 3 rushing banana.
Holy shit! Ah, I'm reloading. I'm sorry.
That was amazing! I point blank the bastard! I think A is clear.
Well, Orange is taking it to be regardless, so...
Okay. Coming.
Spawn. CT spawn.
Negev tagged.
Oh!
He didn't see us.
Yeah, because there was one more on point.
Oh, match point. Again, I probably scared the crap out of the guy, me coming around the corner with a shotgun. Why am I so dangerous with shotguns?
I'm gonna wait for a little bit and see how it goes before I rush
Alright,
to
one
AOP.
jumped to app side.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Flashbang.
I'm gonna go B.
One on me.
B is held by Negev, I don't know exact position though.
Let me try to.
One in the building.
I'm gonna walk there and see how it goes.
Damn it, how'd I miss that?
I'm throwing a grenade.
They're gonna come from behind.
Throwing smoke.
Over there.
Negative.
Smoke.
Yeah, careful behind that.
No, don't push it, don't push it, do not push it.
The one that I heavily hurt's just hanging around mid somewhere.
I'm gonna wait for a bit. I'm gonna do a sneaky flash.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
They're coming. Careful, Kiro. One's oh. Shotgun.
It's too close. Oh my god.
Oh. You think they're angry?
Nah. I reckon these guys are actually pretty chill.
They feel pretty chill. Like I'm doing pretty badly and there's no bad mouthing going on.
Yeah. I've been doing pretty badly after that. There's CT around.
Now we're fighting.
I was
You can definitely
surprisingly.
tell I am such a CT player on this map.
Yeah, same. Like I CT okay and then T. I immediately just keep dying.
Yeah. Me in a nutshell.
Oh, how'd I miss that? Jesus. And how'd I miss that?
One mid. Okay.
Throwing a flashbang.
Oh, there's two there. Oh, that was a very bad idea.
Where?
Two waiting up mid to the left. Oh, one in the building.
Flashbang.
They might have saw the bomb.
Throwing a flashbang.
Here, one in the building. One
I'm
mid.
throwing a grenade.
Coming,
Three
Tara.
building. Bomb dropped in building. My bad.
Wait, did you say 3?
I saw 3. I killed 2, I think.
Oh, as in 1 left.
Ah, he's up there. Yeah, one on the balcony, one watching bomb.
Oh,
Oh,
Where is he?
one watching. Oh, there's one below you, I think.
Nah, he was building.
Wait, I'm a fire starter?
I'm the ancient one.
Yeah, no, he was in building.
This match is fun. Like
That was a
everyone,
really close game.
yeah, everyone is like a very close
Wow, what
skill
the fuck?
level.
I actually went negative.
What's negative?
Like,
I died more than I got kills while having nearly, barely not top damage. That's funny.
I killed 12, died 19. Alright, let's. You guys want to go again?
Yeah, I'm good again.
Yeah, I'm good.
Alright.
That one? Wait, no. What was that one?
If you like Meg 7, you should go buy my skin.
Ugh, I don't have that money.
How much is that?
It's like 30 USD, whatever the equivalent is.
Oh.
No. I go to the end. That's the one.
Let's roll.
Yeah, Mag 7 silver minimal wear.
Oh, ancient.
Yes. It's time for me to just play nothing but scout.
Alright, go get your shoes. This will take 15 minutes.
I'm ready.
So, overrating. Tomorrow then, yeah. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Let's have at it, mate.
Yeah, I can do okay at warm up, and then after warm up, I just become bad.
Oh.
I'm gonna grab the defuse.
Alright, I'm gonna go B.
I'll try A. I'm buying
Move it.
a need.
A is weird. Like it's there's so many ways to do A that I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know how
Which?
to defend A as well.
Grenade out.
It's like a donut in the middle, and then right side A.
They're here.
B?
Ah!
I'm coming.
There's
They
two,
got my kid.
possibly three.
What? Should nade them. Oh,
Pinged it and this guy didn't show up.
knife,
Why would you
knife.
run with your knife out?
Bomb has been planted.
Unless you got a heavy gun, there's like no point in putting a knife out.
I mean, you still
Ooh.
run faster.
Only a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. It's like the tiniest amount of speed boost.
Mm-hmm.
I'm forcing this and holding B.
Let's go.
I'm just buying a nade. They're gonna throw a nade at mid.
Grenade out. Incendiary.
One out.
Still there?
You get him? No. Alright.
He backed. Oh, he's back.
More than one.
Bomb him.
I'm coming from mid.
Bomb.
Did they get out?
Bomb's there. Bomb's there.
Oh, one in the inside the building.
Mm-hmm. We've got bomb though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the building still. Yeah, just hold. The other guy's gonna try come around. Trying. And he failed. Yeah, that way.
Ooh, the fly off.
They had an AWP?
How the
Yup.
fuck?
What?
I did 4 damage.
I mean, that's a win on our book.
See what I fucking mean? Like, I don't know. Like, just a casual 4K there.
I need to defend mid.
just got flashed and I'm the only one here.
Deploying
Do
flashbang.
not lag.
One mid bomb. I couldn't defend. I don't.
Got him. Bombs here.
Two coming for B. Like through CT.
Well, we got the bomb, so good luck with that.
Yep. No, just giving you direction. I think that's just green you can hear.
Yeah, it's green. Oh. Back there.
Yeah.
I pinged it, but they're not looking. Teammates not looking.
Yep. Ooh, AW poop.
On A, I think.
They changed the AK.
One more with the wall.
Oh.
Laying down smoke.
Oh. There was a.
Did you not realize Taylor had died?
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Oofed.
There was a jump scare in the house.
Yeah, see, I should have just given someone else the orb and gone back to scout.
Yeah, grab and throw it in the corner.
I cannot open.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them.
See, I've gone back to scout.
Throwing a grenade. Grenade.
I'm
Throwing
coming.
flashbang. Flashbang.
Scar?
Wait, is that a fucking DAC?
Yes.
See what I fucking mean?
Ah! I can't. I couldn't aim. Oh.
Bomb has been planted.
Ooh. Wait, that handgun is a one shot?
B250 is really nice. If you can headshot.
Heck yeah.
Oh god.
Defusing the bomb.
There's one more, careful.
Joint.
Terrorists win.
Did you lag out, Sol?
Yeah, probably. Oh no, Dragon! Oh, solo
Yeah.
dragon left.
I got your gun.
We're gonna wait for Solar.
Come back.
Come back, Solar.
I believe.
Oh my fucking god.
Believe in Dragon.
This is Australia servers too.
Oh, come on. There we go. Alright.
34 seconds.
I don't think they'll make it before the buy round.
Oh no.
Probably not. Did we
I
get
got
that
the
round at
scout.
least with those kills?
Yes, I shotgunned him in the head
Yay!
and took the scout and gave it to Nova.
Yeah, no, I
Plus
had a
got the
full-on
backstory.
driver crash, which is unusual.
Oh. Maybe this game is too
CSGO
intensive.
doesn't normally cause those, which is odd. Hello, Counter-Strike? Oh, open, please. Yay!
I did 77 damage. I'm so good. I cannot ancient.
Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk.
I have no idea how to use a scout, but alright.
Click hit.
That doesn't help me.
Throwing smoke.
I got flash at B.
Oh!
I told you, click hit.
That was our teammate.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, really? I gotta restart. I might not be back in time. This is annoying.
Oh, it's okay. We'll wait.
Grenade.
I was late. I'm sorry.
Counter-terrorists win.
There's no stopping us.
What gun do you have? Oh,
So, what, they have 2 rounds to rejoin?
probably.
Let's show them who we are.
We are young and
Grenade
we
out.
drink heavy. Yeah, we are
Throwing
Australia.
fire.
Someone's at B.
Throwing a grenade.
Today,
Bombs at B.
let's think of the attack.
Wait. I out of bullet. Yeah, they're planting at B.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Waiting 3 more minutes before they abandon. Yeah, they got 3 minutes to
3
rejoin.
minutes. Hopefully 3 minutes should be fine.
Come on, chop chop.
They sure love B.
They kinda do, yeah. It's either B or mid.
And now they're more confident because our sniper's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Grenade out. Throwing flashbang.
I'm blind.
I'm Nate
Grenade out.
grenade inside.
Grenade.
There.
Oh my god. I hear footsteps.
Terrorists win.
Oh, 2 minutes.
No, solar. Wait, metal is so big.
Oh.
Metal big. Wait, okay, there we go.
Let's move out. Laying down smoke. Incendiary.
AWP mid 2. Shouldn't have tried that. I bought AUG trying to do it as well.
And I'm dead because teammates are dumb.
Oh!
Terrorists win.
teammate rushed and got flashed, and which got me flashed.
Oh.
Let's make this right as rain.
And bomb them in the middle.
Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang.
Nice. Bomb
Oh,
dropped.
every team, they love B.
Throwing
Yeah.
flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Now they can't snipe up there. I just realized one of their names.
Oh, you have names on them?
Yeah. Pussy.
Inside. But they have AUG, so I think we can just like wait for the timer to go down. There's only one
Yeah,
of them.
wait for the timer. Purple!
Ooh,
We're really leaning into them.
the sniper.
Oh well, that's an abandoned. We'll look at it. Yeah, we got the bonus. Can't rejoin.
Oh crap.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Watch out.
I think that's gonna have like a 30 minutes penalty as well, right?
Using it.
Maybe, yeah.
God damn it.
Throwing fire. Grenade out.
They might be at B.
Smoke.
They're always B.
Yeah. God damn it.
How do you know I was there? I made no noise.
I can.
Nah, I'm reporting that. I made no noise walking around or anything. You saw me.
I'm gonna try Famas.
Let's move out. Incendiary out. Throwing fire.
Whoa.
Grenade out.
He's shooting through the goddamn wall before I'm even here.
Oh.
We took the piss out of them. Move it, son. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Smoke.
They're rushing.
Shin AB?
B.
Incendiary. Grenade out.
Ooh.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Let's see.
Terrorists win.
Tough, tough. That was really hard.
Together we can do this.
Oh yeah, solar is not back yet.
Nope.
I'm voting no on this one.
Who voted yes?
Oh, you voted yes?
Who voted yes?
Oh, not me. I voted no.
Grenade out. Planted.
Bomb has been planted.
Now Nova starts talking.
Oh, hi solar.
Terrorists win.
Were they AFK?
To think you will win.
Solar, how's the situation?
Hairdryer.
Hairdryer? Oh my god, yeah.
Did you drop an AK?
No I didn't.
Throw in the decoy. Throw in the flashbang. Let's throw in a grenade.
Oh, Kobe!
Don't push plant.
Hairdryer.
Oh, one left. I believe.
I believe!
I believe we can come back.
Back?
Okay. Run. Run. Oh, reload. Run! Run!
Help! Help, I need my hairdryer.
Bomb stick it down.
Oh,
They
we
were,
found each other.
they were AFK. Doing the most significant amount of explosion? Oh my god.
Yes, agreed. Now we go away.
Did they say go away?
Yes.
Okay. I agree.
Yes, we alternate unlike them.
I'm cool now because Windows, they ever motherfuckers they are,
I'm
despite that.
surprised they actually started talking.
Uh-oh. Scar? I'm gonna go plan.
Plant.
No, I cannot. Middle, two. Oh my god.
Hi, Kobo.
Wait, what the?
Echobo, who?
Who this?
Who this?
Their mod.
Oh, it's Dex.
Yes.
I'm gonna try. Hey, try it.
This is what we have been working for.
Yeah, I got mine.
I'm bringing Gali AR.
Just wanted to pop in just for a few seconds to say hello.
Hope you're doing good.
Yeah, pretty good. I finally have a job, so
Nice.
I don't.
better than $0 an hour. Sadly, it's only $10 an hour.
Bomb has been planted.
But like I said, better than zero.
Streaming is my job, my life, my everything. My
Kinda
is
child,
mine as
my
well.
love.
I wish I was that famous.
Nah, I'm not famous. I'm just single. I hate it.
I'm also single and not famous.
They're
Next thing.
on the wall.
Oh.
Ow, 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 ow.
Spray.
Hey, yo.
You want a scar? I have a scar. Me, I don't want it.
I am taking cobalt applications.
What?
That I am taking cobalt applications.
I don't know. I'm a cobalt myself. I can join in 25 minutes if you're still playing. Yeah, sure. If I'm still playing, definitely.
What are you?
I follow Nova.
Uh-oh. How much money do they have to keep getting Scar? Oh wait, no, Scar is on my... that's our Scar.
You're being a nerd.
What? I don't know, maybe?
I have a bomb. Oh! Where'd he come from?
From B, it looks like.
With Ookie Ducky. Y'all have fun. Like I said, I just wanted to stop by just to say hello.
Of course.
Hey.
Mwah.
Bye-bye.
Now they have 2 decks.
Whoa, God, this is gonna fuck on me. I'm not even playing. Oh, Scar.
That's why you don't take the deck with you.
Oh,
Always throw it over the fence. Get rid of it.
no Scar allowed.
B again. Oh, okay.
B feels feasible. Bites a cobalt, but wow.
I'm blind!
I'm blind too. Shotgun? Oh my god, Scar mid, wow. And Scar. Explosion. Oh,
They're moving.
oh, oh. No
Gonna
gun
save
for
the
you! No,
No more scars!
no more Scar.
Unless they buy them.
They probably would.
Which they will. Which they will. They will. You watch.
Yeah. We're gonna hear
They will.
Scar.
They're gonna buy another one.
Oh, it's 4 and 4.
Yeah, care that door in front of you.
Which one?
Yeah, care that one. Dance with them? Cool.
Oh, our spawn coming up. I'm sorry.
I hate how it slows you. And yet, when I
When
use
you get hit, right?
they don't get slowed.
Counter-terrorists win.
I tell you, we kill them all. Grenade out. Molotov. Smoke. Of course.
Oh my god, in the building one. Careful too. They're inside the building. Nice.
In the bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
What?
Oh,
I shot him first.
I didn't expect them to come from there, to be honest. my very
Counter-terrorists win.
my very small brain thought they're gonna go like straight line only.
My brain says we lost since we lost Sola, but you know.
Oh.
This is our fight. I throw in a flashbang. Throw in fire. Throw in smoke. I'm throwing a grenade.
They have a shotgun.
Throw in smoke.
Of course they have a frickin' scar again.
Oh yeah.
Counter-terrorists win.
Get rid of it, seriously.
Scar.
Come on, let's go.
Fight Scar, please Scar. I gave Nova one and I'm carrying one.
2 Scar.
I'm sick of it.
Grenade out.
How do you like it?
Grenade. Smoke.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh no.
Fucking ass. How do you like it when I scar your whole team?
Terrorists win.
It doesn't feel good, does it?
You want the Scar back? Here, let me get it for you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I am very angry at these Scar guys.
Well, I mean, Scar is just not fun to go against. AWP is like when they miss, at least they have like a long recovery time. But Scar is just I missed. Nah.
I just hold down the click and, you know, I win.
Yeah. Green, green, green.
Grenade out.
Oh, God, we all died. I can't believe it.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, I couldn't help them.
I had someone die. Are we doing more? Because Dwagon wants to come back.
Yeah. Has it been
We need our
25
dragon.
minutes?
We need our Dwagon.
Let me invite back on.
Oh, still 15 minutes? What?
Can we at least play like deathmatch or casual or something like that?
If you go to play, you can pick up top above all the map selections. It's deathmatch, arms race, wingman, perimeter.
I'm making some food. Oh. Should we go for one more and then we let solo join together?
Okay.
Right, so it's Mirati, Infernal, Dust 2, Train, Vertical, Ancient. I need to practice. I really need to practice like Ancient and my aim in general.
Yeah. Although you're keeping your gold rank on Nuke, are you?
Don't know how to make it. I don't know how to get it down.
You have to select Nuke and lose on it a few times.
Oh, okay, fine. I'm doing it. I wanted to go down. I'm just like, I'm afraid of people looking at my gold Nova. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Or something like that.
Let's go!
New. Oh, it's Merp.
Yep. No.
New. Hi, Merp.
No. Go, fuck yeah!
Kobo? Kobo, fuck you. New. People are quoting me. I'm a celebrity. Of course. It's Merp. What would celebrity be? Celebrity bold?
Celebold.
Oh, Celebold. Oh, I like that. Celebold. Mirati.
Mirage. Marouge.
My Rouge.
My rage.
My
I mean, it is spelled like that. My rage.
Me rage. I'm angry.
Aw.
You guys are fucking adorable. Well, says the adorable Kobold. That's Merp.
Ingy Bold.
Angie Bold. I mean, when we play Atlas, there's a lot of Angie Bold going on.
You think?
With one fighter in team, and then they can give like a damage buff by being Angie, and then everyone has like the angry marking on top of the head non-stop for like the duration of the buff. So all you see is just like the angry flying around everywhere. I think it's kinda cute. I like it.
How much money do I have?
Banan.
Shotgun?
Shotgun?
I hear shotgun? Is it weird that I'm really good at Inferno with shotgun?
I witnessed the power of Inferno Shotgun.
I make believers.
Oh, someone didn't confirm twice. I put a new game on sale today to stream it next because I think Atlas is kind of over already. It kind of dust.
Dust.
Yeah. To be
Not
fair,
a fan
this
of it.
I'm okay with like Dust.
Let's roll.
It's been here since the mod.
The mod
That doesn't show you how old I am.
Dust. Also, yeah, Atlas content, you know, it is what it is. It's not that much, but I think it's like huge potential. Cannot wait for the game to like finish.
Wait, what's it?
Revolver.
Let's move out.
I tried.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. We're definitely not complaining about it. I'm singing praises for Atlas. It's good.
I'm buying a kit, so if I die, take it.
I'll take yours.
Move it, move it.
Even though I feel like I might die as well.
Oh, no, I'm the only one over here.
Throwing fire.
Are you? Oh.
Throwing a grenade.
B flashes.
5B.
5B? Oh my god!
B! We're Russian, comrade!
Rush B! I like these guys. No one rushes B and then they rush B. I love it.
No! No! Why didn't I?
That particular terrorist shot 20 times, missed all shots.
Bugger. Yeah, I'll go this round. Just get a grenade there.
Grenade.
I bet a pistol. That'll be it.
I'm gonna
My
nade.
pistol has booba sticker on it.
Uba?
Grenade out. Grenade.
I don't think they're gonna rush me
Here?
anymore. Yeah. No, Ripple.
I believe.
MP9 long range, we take those. Why can't they add that? Oh, I...
Oh, why do I have this?
Which one? AK. I have my gremlin gun. Technically, civilian guns are better than military guns. Oh, really?
Civilian are supposed to be better?
I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure about that, yeah.
I'm not seeing anyone.
I heard one short. Oh, there was one short.
Wait, my footsteps are short.
Short?
Short.
Smoke.
At least two of them. Oh, they're not coming.
Flashbang.
Might have rotated.
Oh, the B. They went B.
This smoke made them rotate.
What?
Check on my
gremlin
MP9.
gun. I had a kid on the table.
Someone's gonna come
It's
from here.
1v4, I believe, Tiro.
Watch this. Please tell me at least I do some damage. I did.
Probably.
Not even 100. Think about it, military guns have to meet certain criteria, including cost, but civilians can buy guns and upgrade them as their budget allows them to.
Isn't that only for America?
Probably? I have no idea. I don't know anything about guns. Got him.
I'm risking it. I need to get a gun.
Careful. I hear
Where
reloading
do you die?
inside.
Where do you die? I got it.
You
I got it. I
got the gun, you got the
it.
gun.
Ooh, pretty.
Yeah. I heard them like at the right side of the box. I was late, I'm sorry! I'm reloading, oh my
You
god.
reloaded.
Oh, I'm a bullet.
Hey, we did really good considering you didn't find anything.
Yeah.
No, you don't do
Oh.
do it. He's angry because he went for the knife. He's so angry.
Is it like voice chat?
He's like, oh, I'm gonna. Hi. You can tell.
Alright, I'm bringing in Negip. I don't need to reload anymore. Even better
Yeah,
guns.
reloading can mean death.
Yeah. Especially in a situation like that.
Throwing fire.
Watch this.
Kobe.
Deep bomb.
They short.
I'm checking short. Yep, they're short.
Alright. I'll try my luck. Holy shit!
Get shit on, bitch!
I just point blank this poor guy.
They give for the win!
That scared the crap out of both of us, I'm guessing.
Hell yeah.
Holy shit! Oh my heart!
Throwing fire.
Deep I messed up.
Kobe.
What the fuck? I'm checking short.
Are they short? Oh no, they went B.
Oh,
Mid B, mid B.
looks like they're still at mid. There's 2% B.
Yeah, they're mid. They're going long now.
I saw something.
Yeah, they're going long, they're going long.
I saw one short.
Oh, what? Oh, there's the assist.
Bomb
Wonder what happened to him.
Bomb dropped. Look at the beautiful bomb.
Oh, ooh, well done. Big doors.
I'm hiding here. They would never expect.
You got someone behind you, so you're fine.
They would never expect this. Ha 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 ha. It's time for Gremlin to take over.
He's trying to go for a knife.
Okay. I believe.
He's so hot. He just nods. Is he watching the stream or something? Above you!
Oh!
Holy shit!
I'm here. Wow.
Wow!
Magical.
That was a nice shot.
Heck yeah. That guy's really good with the FAMAS.
Just like I'm good with the shotgun.
Maybe I'm good with the Negev.
Need to find your go-to. Well, I'm blind.
Same.
Grenade out. Grenade out.
Double bomb. No, I haven't done it yet. Oh, you mean
Mid?
Atlas? Mid? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm hearing a mid.
There's like a scout.
Short? Ooh,
One short down. I guess they play Atlas.
one here.
Throwing flashbang.
Did they play?
Holy shit!
Bomb mid looks like.
Okay.
Got him. Bomb down. Gremlin taking over.
Yeah, I definitely did a gremlin right then. That was great.
Heck yeah. I'm gonna take a dookie.
He
at
may
the
go
bar.
along and save the AK that I got from that guy. Well, I didn't pick up.
Do you think they might be at the pit? Let me throw one incendiary at the pit.
Throwing fire.
Next thing you know, what?
They might be saving, yeah.
Yeah, I'll peek.
I'm running in with my Nengi. Gunshots?
Found him.
Where?
Counter-terrorists win.
We took the piss out of them.
That looks like short.
He was so close to getting him too.
What on?
You just throw a grenade.
Yep, for orange.
Throwing
I'm
fire.
blind.
Flashing.
Did my grenade hit?
Yep, it's there.
Grenade. Throwing smoke.
I want a deep fire.
Incendiary out.
Mid short. Yeah, mid short. Oh, they're probably gonna go B now.
Feels like it. I'm going from
Oh,
short. Double short.
Italy B. Here one
I hear short. Yep, that is short, that is short.
coming. I'm not gonna be able to do very much.
How you doing?
You can shoot through that. You can shoot through that. Oh, how hurt was he?
I have no idea.
I see blood on the wall. He must have been really hurt.
Also, couldn't fly over and back with food. Oh, heck yeah, surprised you're the food. No. I'm just gonna nick you.
Let's go.
Nick Yip all the way. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the power of Nick Yip.
Incendiary out.
They didn't flash.
Interesting.
That's
Mind games?
Scary. Mind game.
Throwing a grenade.
Short.
Feels like it.
Yeah, short. I can hear 3 of them. Mid short. Yep, they're coming up short.
Down smoke.
Ah, I cannot. I did the miracle once, not anymore.
Terrorists win.
How'd that not kill him?
Bomb has been planted.
Nah, make it all
I'm
the
gonna
way.
rush through their B. I smoked mid.
Let's go, fellas. Smoke.
I'm looking
That
at
was a very nice smoke.
Throwing fire.
No, I was gonna run through that.
Oh. I'm hearing a lot of A long
Hurt
noises.
my hole.
A lot of A long noises I hear.
Yeah, because I didn't bomb it, they went up long.
Throwing fire.
Nick Yip!
Onto the car. Onto the car.
The car died. Oh, nice.
Alright, alright.
Ooh, what's this?
Ooh.
Why does it look like cyberpunk wise?
Is that AWP?
Yeah, it's AWP.
Yikes.
Well, my save paid off. Now I got some money again.
Nick Yip is not that expensive.
We're going in.
I'm going B.
Long,
No, I'm coming.
long.
I'm running towards victory.
Yeah, they're long.
No.
Ow. That hurt, Charlie. They may rotate.
Oh my god.
Oh! Never mind.
God, you gosh, diggity dang. One tap.
Once again, I scared the crap out of someone.
I can only do naked. Oh, moisturize? I will.
Let's make this race rain.
Ow.
Did you just...
They threw me with a decoy.
Incendiary. Incendiary out. Throwing fire.
Actually, I should check short.
Now I hide down here.
Throwing fire.
Alright. I'm checking short.
Throwing
Hear one?
You hear one?
grenade out.
Here we can give them a back and forth.
Throwing a grenade.
Hear another one? Oh, I think he left to go, yeah, short.
Yep. I'm checking short. Short. Very short. Nah, not this time, baby. Get fucked! Duck and stand actually worked.
I can't believe he tried to peek again.
That was the last bullet? Oh my god, hell yeah. Did you know that I also have negative on T? Hell yeah. More P
like
is
my
effective? Yeah. Just hold down the button and kill.
Borderlands.
Yeah. Isn't this like a feeling of deja vu? As if someone rushed B on their first round as well.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. Love that.
Ow!
No. I'm looking at the wall. Yeah, oh my god!
Was that a desert eagle? Boink! Ooh, that looks nice.
Oh, they were using Desert Eagle? But did they rush B, Suka? They did. First round. Only the first round they
Yo.
did.
Deja vu.
I just...
We're going again, are we? Okay.
Hell yeah, why not? If it
I have
works.
my all-American gun too.
I have my Mark 10 hairdryer. Acha! Oh my god.
Someone putting in work.
Explosion! I'm gonna plan. I'm the planter. Damn, the flank?
Wow!
The flank? Oh, the
Holy
flank! That was
shit!
huge! Oh my goodness, the flank.
Wow!
Molotov.
Oh, we're going A this time. Okay.
Okay. Mind games, I love that. I'm gonna lie to them for a little bit. Make them think.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Someone there, man?
One there. I wouldn't risk it.
Yeah,
Go short.
I'm behind you.
Hit.
Someone below the ramp.
I got him, but there's another one got me.
Another one. The last one is at short.
It's short, yeah.
Check this out, they're gonna come from short. Green's just jumping with
Hi.
MVP 90.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
my friend has waifu on Mac 10.
Waifu? Oh wait, you're right.
Nah, we got it. Run.
No.
He just-
Negip. Negip.
Did he save your Nick?
That's not mine though. It's Green's one, I think.
Terrorists
Yeah, it's
Holy
Green.
yeah, it's drinks.
Hell yeah, Negip. Hey, look.
Give it to me.
I have a Negip. You have a
yes.
Negip gun?
I have it, yeah. Yes, he gave it to me.
Oh my goodness, Negip team. I'm gonna throw.
Oh, you're doing the grenade trick.
I have the smoke thing.
Throwing fire.
Drop that up the middle. That was it as a vehicle.
Grenade out.
Holy shit. One tapped.
Yeah, one tapped.
Oh gosh, diggity dang.
Flashbang.
Oh wow.
What?
The Desert Eagle? Holy shit. I'm checking door.
I think I hear one behind. Yeah, careful. Oh shit, you're the last one now.
Help. Check this out.
To your left.
Ew. Hide.
It wouldn't reload. Yeah, it was waiting.
That AWP hurt. Hi 99. Boop boop it. Boop it. I don't know if I got this. Holy shit. They flashed in here. I'm holding here for a bit. Oh, dang!
Yeah, keep holding.
That was slow.
Alright, where we going? Charge!
Careful!
They're down there still.
You! You! I hate it here.
Okay. Okay, we should probably go away now. I'll be.
We can only go B, I guess.
No!
Counter-terrorists win.
Ah. I think it's been too long since I've been here. I don't think I told you I started HRT. It's the first time I heard of it, yeah. Good luck
I
on your
want to
HRT
start
journey.
HRT, but I'm not confident and safe and whatnot.
I wanted to go through HRT.
No more talking. Now we
No,
fight.
no naked for now. It's time for hairdryer. Ooh, damn.
Ooh! Okay.
Oh,
Oh my god, Small just saved my life.
Grenade out. Thank you, brother.
thank you, brother.
I'm throwing a grenade.
I thought I heard someone in the door. No, they were just flashing.
Holy crap, Smoke saved my life. Ooh!
Holy shit.
I just spun around, that's someone behind us. That's an AWP.
Huh. I mean A long.
Last is long, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were looking the other way. It's okay. I think I kind of distracted them a little bit. Heck yeah.
He's probably gonna save that AWP.
Yeah, they're probably gonna. Wait, no.
No.
Oh shit, they're not. Oh, nice.
Let's
Heck
put cartoons
yeah.
on this thing. Yeah, someone else can have that. I don't want it.
I don't want
Every
that.
time I pick one up, I feel dirty.
We must move. No one wants the AWP based. This is a nice team. I love this team.
Ooh. Well, they didn't see the bomb, so.
Heck yeah. I'm the bomb.
Oh, behind.
Mine.
I heard feet behind. I'll stay. You go.
I'll go for the bomb.
Get one.
Let me plan.
One on me. It's literally right at the door. There we go. This is it. We win.
Ooh, let's go, Martin.
Oh, I got my demo master.
I'm the bounty hunter? There's no way. I'm global general rank 40. That sounds too good for me. You should watch the other
So
stream.
we're
Watch
getting Soul in here?
Yeah. Yeah, Dragon can play now.
We had a good team.
Yeah. Was so long ago that I've gone for my first checkup and been put on a higher dose of estrogen. Oh, it says a friend of Tira.
Ah, wow.
Ah, wow, wow.
Ha, Habajima, Kabana Majagawa.
Discord a second.
Ah, wow, wow. I haven't seen Orange Pipe Fox
Ah,
put
wow,
in
wow, wow.
memes. You should watch it off stream. Okay. Actually, I got the drinks when I was at the shops today. I'm just gonna do the same thing. Train Vertical, Ancient, Nuke, Mirage, Inferno, and Dust.
It is good video. I want your reaction.
I've been watching 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Oh,
There's so many people sending me that video. It's like, oh my god, send me more.
Didn't I send you that video?
You did, yeah.
I was confused. I'm like, I thought I was the first. No, I'm not the only one.
Yeah, you are the first, actually.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you are the first. And then there are a few other that sent me
Open
afterwards.
city.
My DM is actually cool enough to let me play as 2 kobolds in a trench coat. That's so adorable.
I had a DM that let me go all the way. 3 combos in a trench coat. Character sheet for each. So each one had their own health. Whenever you hit them in that body part, they swap around and different personalities. It was great.
That is like so cute. Never enough
It is
kobolds.
so cute.
Me as 3 kobolds mad typhoons. Oh, 3! gonna
Can
go
you imagine if you
open
had a big table, you'd have 3 kobold players in a trench coat? That'd be even better.
I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick.
Let's roll.
You act as one.
真的是，那灯可以不要放这样远的，有时候。
Charge!
I'm big. My eyes doesn't hurt.
This is our fight.
It shows up my fancy AK.
Heck yeah.
Bomb. Always bomb. Wait,
I
did
have
put
no
this in
sound,
post?
by the way. PC is broken, so can't hear. Why are you playing
Oh,
Counter Strike?
no.
Why are you
Oh, no,
playing
not like
Counter
that.
Strike cool? If your PC is broken, don't play Counter Strike.
I don't
Fix
know, maybe
it.
they're doing a challenge?
Fix the PC.
Oh god. Fuck that guy.
One behind the box.
I didn't throw that.
I didn't throw that either.
I think I saw 2 going to A.
I'm planting the bomb.
Still one long tags though.
I'm going in. Too short.
Oh, behind you! One behind Tira, but I don't know where the other one is.
No!
That
I
would be
so
lit.
close!
Oh my god, if I hadn't screwed that grenade up though.
Wait, his scope makes it look like he's trying to take a dump.
Hell yeah. Multitasking.
Really kind of good.
Multitasking.
Then they respawn, and all you hear is over the mic.
Hair dryer.
Oh, you buying, are you?
I'm buying hair dryer.
Because we're apparently going long.
Oh, one mid.
Cool. One long.
Hey yo!
The skills.
I'll take that if you had a gun. Oh, we didn't. Eco! Oh, there's a guy there. Okay. I'm going. Right here. It's gonna be nowhere else but here. On the corner.
There's a gun.
Gun? Gun! Oh, no skin. They're gonna show me how fancy we are. He's saving, isn't he? I'm gonna go look for him.
No? Oh!
Never mind, apparently.
Finish before you die.
Woo! SSG, you want this dragon?
SMG?
SMG.
Oh, it's a scout.
You don't want?
SSG?
You want the SMG instead?
Yeah? Yeah.
I believe in that
This
gun.
is what we have been working for.
Someone took it. There's 2 SSGs now. Let me try smoke.
I'm gonna mess this up, you watch.
Oh, they have a scar. They have a scar.
Oh, they have a scar.
Yaki piki.
We took a smoke here so they can't, like, push us up the ramp.
Watch this. I'm gonna throw a fire.
Oh, he's to the right.
Oh, yep, yep, yep. There's at least 3, I think.
Uh-oh, there's 2 here. Dragon, help!
I have long ago left.
Help me!
Oh,
Here,
there's
I'm
so
gonna
many
go mid.
noise.
I'm coming.
Oh no,
Oh, I
the
didn't get
gun.
There's one more.
I need to reload. Oh, is it? Everyone's there.
Oh wait, none of them died.
Oh, except the one. What the fuck is your cross? Because I
What?
can see it!
That's a good crosshair. What do you
I'm
mean?
Blind!
Negative. I'm feeling Mark 10. Actually, no, I'm going BTB. Don't. I think this. Scar, don't do. Oh my god, they have Scar.
Ow.
That looks like it hurt. I think the Scar will go to A now.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I'm
behind!
sorry.
Oh, I went there. That was. Sorry about that.
Nah, it's
No.
fine.
Yeah, it's good.
I just told my teammate it's an ass because I'm partly blind.
It actually sucks for me being colorblind and limits the colors I can use for crosshairs. Must be rough. It's negative time. Yellow, yellow.
It's one of those, can you see this crosshair? No, make it bigger. Can you see it now? No, can you make it bigger? Can you see it now? Okay.
Ooh, solar, oh my god. We drop, oh my god, yellow, YFK yellow.
Why didn't our teammate look?
Goddamn Scar, man.
Like, is that the Catacomb still off?
Hmm?
Counter-terrorists win.
Can't really buy anything. Sure, yeah, I
We can
guess.
try.
We're gonna get dacked, you watch.
I'll throw the smoke. Wait a second. It will block like the door.
Yeah, we're getting dacked from there.
I'm behind you, Metal.
I hit him! Well, my screen I did.
Oh my Jesus. The color of my Valorant is similar to yours. I see a purple. I love purple. I'm a purple bulb and pink.
I'm both.
No.
What the?
Apparently, I cannot AK spray anymore.
AK2 hot.
Apparently. Okay.
Stop pushing. Beep, 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 beep. Very compassionate about B, huh?
Apparently.
I guess we can try to rush out the second time. Or like, you know. Want it B. I think they're gonna rotate here now. I gotta throw the bomb here and check. Would you rush commit?
But we weren't rushing.
I. Oh,
Ooh!
what a shotgun!
I'm pushing that. That's a Scar. I'm pushing that. What? There's another one!
Scar. When one Scar is like got two Scar.
Scars. Sweaty.
Sweaty. If you rush B when there's two Scar,
If you're gonna rush with two of them on the point, you're not gonna get it.
yeah, you're gonna like die immediately.
Careful of this.
Counter-terrorists win.
At least I got one of them.
Yeah. So they can only carry over one of the guns.
Yep.
God damn.
I do not trust yellow.
I do not trust yellow. We go A
Yeah,
short.
no. Do not trust. I'm just not gonna go A. Because they don't even think we're doing it. Now I think we go B though.
I think I hit someone through that door. Careful.
I'm following Solar. Scar at B. Oh shit, nice.
Also, there was one B. That's the Scar. Pick it up and throw it in the corner so they can't get it. Or I'll do it if you want.
You can do it.
Here, Terry, you want my gun while I'm doing that? Just in case?
Sure.
Alright, where's that Scar? I need to throw it somewhere that I can't get the damn thing.
I'm trying the gun at the base for you. I'm taking my own gun back.
Alright, ready to go in?
No,
Let's go.
Yep.
I'll see that. There we go, I got rid of it.
I'm going in. I'm planting.
I'm planted.
Get the pay.
Bomb has been planted.
What?
Fuck, I ran to the wrong place.
Howdy! Bloody pre-fire.
It's a huge pre-fire, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Unlucky.
Could be worse. I was playing Silver in one round. I peeked corner and like, there's 4 there. Don't push one. 3 per end up doing pushing one at a time.
Now, at least they don't have that Scar, so they have to buy another one.
Which they
Thank you.
absolutely will.
Yeah, they definitely will.
Hey, that's $5 grand out of their pocket.
Yeah.
Yep. I just need to keep hitting. I just need to keep clicking hits. Easy.
Okay, don't go home. Hey, yo.
Grenade.
That's so many grenades.
They haven't seen the bomb yet. That's
Yeah,
a lot
they
at
got the
A.
bomb.
That's a lot at A.
I am not picking that again. I hear them, but I'm not picking that.
Wait, let me try. There's one peeking at mid. Yeah, AWP.
Probably to the right.
I
Hang on,
gonna make.
flash.
Scar.
Counter-terrorists win.
I need yellow to shut the fuck up. Alright, there we go.
No. Let's not go. Let's not do that, yellow.
I already blocked yellow. I cannot see what they're talking.
They're
I
like,
guess-
all go B, don't stop. And watch them die in 2 seconds now.
See?
Get
Dax
scarred.
everywhere.
I got a scar.
There's a Dak behind him and he's not killing him.
Bomb has been planted.
One mid. Going through 2 CTs. Yep, there he is. Now, where's that Dak guy?
Here,
Did he save it?
there.
Oh, just
Just making sure no
make
one
sure they
takes
don't
it.
get it. Just stay there.
Aw.
Oh! He's gonna grab it, isn't he?
Yeah, they're gonna grab it. Or maybe it got exploded away.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
All we can hope for is it becomes expensive.
There's an op down.
Everyone long, don't stop. Oh.
No, because then you just get grenaded the fuck out of in the first wave.
Yeah, I know, like I do.
Like how we Kobe the
Ah!
banana.
Like so.
See?
AWP.
Oh, there's one car. I had a fucking pig bike.
I'm gonna try rotate to B. Or not. Yeah, I'm only using Gali AR. You want my gun?
Anyone need a buy?
Don't stop! He really wants to come.
Oh my god. True.
Stop just doesn't fucking work these days because people know how to use utility even if it's silver.
See?
AWP.
They know how to stop it.
Oh fuck, I couldn't see through the fire. There's one CT.
He's gonna get shot in the head. One window. Tunnel. I think. Oh no, door.
Just play time.
Terrorists win. We will dance on your graves.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them.
And I bet he's gonna be like, see, you just do what I say. And it's like,
Yeah.
no.
No.
We have to script the decks first.
Yeah, they're gonna rush more decks.
Let's give it to the boys.
Can I have a genie that grants me 3 wishes and I wish for Counter-Strike to always never have Dax ever? And then he'll like, that's a good wish, I still have 3 more.
Oh my fucking god, why am I grenades so bad?
Deploying flashbang.
Oh wow, rush B. Oh shit. Yeah, that was only halftime.
Where is this server? God, this is a fucking Aussie server. Why are there so many fucking ping spots? Actually, that's probably why.
Ooh,
What?
What? I didn't even see them.
Didn't hear or see or anything, he's definitely cheating.
MP9. He's not taking a rush B again. I'm gonna nade them.
On your job. Incendiary.
so
yeah,
many.
they're going B again.
Oh my god.
Bomb has been planted.
Grenade.
One.
There's a car, both of them. There's one left, top
One
of
more
that. I
car.
don't know where he is. Car. Car.
Terrorists win.
Car died.
There's that teammate shut up.
Gear up. We're not going on a windy walk here. Throwing fire. Incendiary out.
Lots of util A long.
You know? They might not rush B again.
Hold up. Short.
Throwing a grenade.
Wow. He dropped down and started pre-firing.
How many things was that? I think I saw 2 headshots, question mark?
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that didn't kill. Ugh, 81 and 3. Ugh, disgusting.
Remember, this is grenade out.
Yep, and you're playing with us, Yellow. What does that say about you?
Throwing fire. Grenade.
Lots of utility happening here on B. Come.
Mid.
And he pre-fired. Yeah, he's balling. Made no noise. I was in smoke. Knew I was there. Headshot.
Oh, blue AFK.
Yeah, and blue comes back just to...
Bounce back. Step on the fire, step on the fire.
Terrorists win.
Yellow is having a huge fucking whine.
Yeah. I hope he D-ranks from it.
He's probably silver 1.
Yeah, that's what I am, and I can't go any lower, so I don't care.
Oh, he's silver 2 and whining. Yeah, that tracks.
I'm silver 4 though. Oh no. My rank is a lie.
Yeah, their top ones were very suspicious.
I'm good to keep going.
I can
Yeah.
play one more.
Okay, sound good.
Yeah. One more.
Just rush, don't stop, and they have like 2, maybe even 3 decks. 10 out of 10
Yep.
strats.
What's a deck actually?
The Scar and whatnot, the
It's
automatic
because of the
sniper
sound
rifles.
they make.
Oh, deck.
Taka, 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 taka. Yeah, the automatic sniper rifles.
I'm so used to call them Lian Ji.
I'm used to calling them decks.
It's a Studio Ghibli style lo-fi mix? Oh, no wonder.
I like the game Studio Ghibli did.
Boba stop sounds good.
I'm just watching the Counter-Strike match in the bottom right.
Oh! Man, the tournament's really going on for a long time.
I think they got like 4 teams to show.
Holy shit. Oh, they all spread out.
That's what, 18 teams all up, I think?
I think so, yeah.
I
Because they
don't
normally-
actually follow it at all. I'm just like, I
And
did
they
the
normally do
pick the
best of
winners thing.
3 maps.
Oh. I only know about
Since the
Tekken.
matches are normally short.
Yeah. I don't know about Tekken rules.
I don't know any
I already got
rules.
at least one of my picks wrong, though.
Are they playing like a LAN game? Doesn't look like it's online.
Yeah. Because if I think it's LAN.
It
Pretty
should.
sure it's LAN.
It feels like it should be because you saw like below the their chairs and
Want
everything.
ping to fucking or like a server router dropping out to decide like a competitive match.
Yeah, true. Gonna keep it as clean as possible, so all of them are like sitting in one place and play.
That's the other thing.
Douche.
LAN means that they have you can't cheat in a LAN the same degree.
Oh, I mean that also means that you cannot communicate with each other because they can hear you.
No,
I
each
think
team goes
they're,
in
like,
a different room.
rooms.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, clever.
Either that or it's just so goddamn loud.
Maybe they are like required to wear a headphone.
Now, clearly to distract the team from hearing each other, they play porn in the main room.
Let's roll.
This one looks like a server that's close to mine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So I'm going to have the struggles.
No.
Oh, yay, maybe we won't find sweaties. Oh, they're all silver 1 like me.
Oh no, I'm the only silver 4.
The fact that they're hitting the XP limit though.
I don't want to be the only silver 4. Can I be moss or rock 1?
Let's make this
Yeah, they're
rain
sweeties.
rain.
Smurfs?
I don't know if they're Smurfs, but they're sweeties.
I mean, if
They,
it's
they,
like
they were trying to shoot me while I was knife fighting one of them. Like, obviously.
so Southeast Asian is like very sweaty when it comes to games like this.
Smurfs. I hate Smurfs.
You don't have to be a Smurf to be sweetie.
Grenade out.
Ooh!
Kobe!
Kobe! Holy shit! Huge!
Holy shit!
I'm going from behind.
Just
Owie, 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 owie!
You and your revolver, man.
those fucking grenades though.
That was great!
Bing bong! They all died.
They fucking ate those grenades.
They stacked tunnel hard.
They stacked hard and
Think they're gonna
ate
do it
them.
again?
Jesus.
The
Yeah, I
mind.
They do it again.
barely hit 200 damage there without a kill.
Grenade. Grenade out.
You think they learn?
Yeah, they don't.
Footsteps, footsteps.
I'm checking mid. They're going on short.
Short, yeah, short. One jumped off.
Throwing flashbang.
They planted. Okay. A, B? No, A. Sorry, they're on A. They're on A. I heard
Yeah.
stuff at B, but yeah. One CT. One on the point. Last CT. Oh, there you go, defuse.
Defusing the bomb.
We have kit.
Bomb has been defused.
The kit.
Counter-terrorists win.
Range
Did you just throw that under the fence?
I think.
I did. That was not intentional. That was just me going, actually, nah, I want the MP9.
They're gonna go B now this time, I can feel it.
Probably.
Remove any doubts in your head. Us.
I'll still go A. I think 3-2 is a good separation.
Throwing fire.
Mid
Grenade out. Grenade.
and a fire.
Just one short.
Short, mid. Yep, mid. Alright, coming.
Smoke.
E mid.
Short. Nice. Kahito! Cheater!
TTT.
You've been accused of cheating, Level.
Me?
Green, dear Green are saying you're cheating.
Yeah, I don't have all channel, so
Oh, that was close.
I saw them in the smoke.
Yeah.
I could just see them plain as day.
Or-
The Kahito.
Juto.
Wah.
Is this India or Singapore?
Singapore.
Singapore, oh yeah, it's so normal, holy shit. When they lose, they always like, you know, it's not their fault, it's someone else's fault always.
Throwing fire.
Oh god.
Incendiary. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out.
That's a lot of grenades.
Throwing fire.
They go short. No one checking short.
I'm gonna go check short now.
I hear him.
Wow.
Short.
Deploying flashbang.
Why not there the Kahito? I was running, I got headshot. One tap.
Footstep short.
Yeah, they're all here. Heavy tag one.
Oh,
I've heavy tagged so many. They're all practically dead.
oh no. Last one.
Yeah, we'll
1-1. 1-1. Oh, he ran away.
Yeah, he's saving. Fair enough. Honestly.
4 health.
Actually, is he? He's probably dead.
Terrorists win.
I did so good.
I go for being called trash by my team and a cheater by the enemy in one round and other people don't know what they're on about. Typical.
I mean, yeah, it's Counter-Strike and any SPS to be specific.
Let's give it to them, boys.
I'm checking short this time.
Throwing fire. Laying down smoke. Grenade out.
Is it B?
Not too sure.
Yeah,
Feels
B.
like it.
Mm,
Just check.
yeah, it's B. It's B. It's B. I just saw the bomb on the map.
Flash mid.
Oh!
Smoke.
One went mid and I bombed him. One out the window.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh shit.
It's,
I was shooting him from a distance.
that hurt. He was ready for me coming that way. That hurt.
Kahito.
Very good.
I killed them and
He's
now
still
now I'm
calling
the
me a
cheater.
cheater?
report
You
me
know,
then.
maybe-
I'm too good. I'm the last in the team. I'm being called a cheater. Oh wait, I should go short.
Nah, there's one top mid.
Throwing smoke. Flashbang.
Was.
No, there's still needs one more.
Mid.
I'm going through short.
All your heads that belong to me.
Oh, one ducking at short. Not the bomb, I think.
Yeah, he's on short.
Jumping. Hell yeah. Did they fly?
He's gonna call me a cheater again.
No, the cheater calling one is not has not died yet. Look who kills them, and then they're gonna call them cheater.
Planting aim. Planting aim.
Alright, coming.
Has been planted.
I have no key. Oh, yeah, I picked up someone's kit. Never mind.
Nice.
You got it. You got it.
And did they have? Oh.
Because of the eagle.
Counter-terrorists win.
I'm just gonna spin it around in my hand.
I cannot spin like that. I wanna spin.
Alright, and now I get a real pistol.
A real man's pistol.
I have
A
negative.
hideaway
Yeah, I mean, I
piece.
had a USP there. And I killed someone with a fucking rifle with a USP.
Now, you secretly want a hideaway piece that goes under your sleeve?
I'm ducking at A short.
I think 2 out, top of long. 3 out.
Check short.
Yep.
Yeah.
No one's at short.
One more
That's an
short.
AK.
Bomb down short.
Smoke.
They may go through long.
I hear footsteps A long.
I don't think they realize how much smoke clear that shotgun does.
Oh god. Yeah, he's out A long.
Oh no.
I think I missed that completely.
I hit him.
Oh, someone's up. Oh, hi, Tinte.
Careful
Happy
behind you.
43 months.
He's on A point.
Yeah, he's on A.
Here, let me Kobe. Oh, nice! Hi, Tinte. 43 months, tier 3. Oh my god, thank you,
Have an
Tinte.
AK.
Holy shit.
Who gave me this?
There we go. It's been a moment since we saw Cheetah.
Yeah, cheater.
Kihito.
All this guy said.
Yeah.
What's wrong with shotgun?
Yeah, shotgun is strong, come on.
Throwing fire.
You checking A short? Okay.
One top mid. One short. Oh, I did not hit the hit that
Grenade
time.
out.
I don't think they're going A long anymore after that catastrophic bomb incident.
Yeah, they are.
Oh shit. Alright, I'm coming.
Bombs down over here, by the way.
Nice.
Down on mid, heading back to tunnels, I think.
Yeah. Bombs here.
They
There we
die.
go.
One short.
Trust in our teammate. I hear him.
Nice.
Oh, I hit that guy too. Jesus.
Nice.
I did not realize I hit that.
Oh,
Like
is that?
the Eagles.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hear that. I think I hear that behind me.
But there's 2 our teammates at
No, I
short.
think that's just yellow and green you can hear.
Oh no!
Oh, they're mid doors.
I should probably help them.
Probably. Go through CT.
Yeah, they do have
AWP? Fuck. CT.
all. Yeah,
Where did they get that from?
I didn't know they. I thought they're BPP Jong.
okay, there we go.
CT, CT. Yep.
I hear one behind me.
Short.
Ah, must gone short, yeah. There's no way you can get both.
Oh, sorry, help me being good team.
There you go.
No, short. That's the team.
They're saving the AW pool.
We saw each other last minute.
I just fucking saw one frame.
I almost shit myself here. You're gonna have to come back. Apparently not. Apparently I'm getting the SG back.
I got the Negip still. Oh, I failed.
That was terrifying.
Oh, I failed again. Yeah, no jump up here? There we go.
Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke.
Too short.
I hear one.
One down short.
One more.
Bomber.
Orb. Probably rotating B.
Feels like it.
I'm long, so yeah, they're
They
going
just
to
cleared B.
Yeah, alright, coming.
Bomb has been planted.
Careful for orb at short. Alright, look clear. Oh, one mid.
I'm so bad.
B. I don't think you've got time.
Defuse, defuse!
I'm defusing!
Uh-oh!
God, that was so close. God damn it. No, that was so close.
Oh, they didn't get to save their guns.
Yeah, it's alright.
Unlucky.
He killed his teammate!
Really funny, yeah, I saw that.
Here you go, Dragon. Have a gun. No?
Oh, what did you throw me? No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. Who got it then? Me again? Someone. Alright, the other guy got it. Cool! I don't have to go with anymore! Shotgun, my baby, I miss you.
Shotgun. They didn't expect me here every time.
Oh, I'm blind!
Incendiary out.
That's different. They smoked it.
Lots mid.
They pushed up.
Bomb down A short.
Short, mid. Mid. I'm coming.
Green. I think green doesn't have headphones.
Green what?
I think green's like has no sound.
Probably.
Didn't he say that at the beginning of the match? Or was it the last match we did?
That was yellow.
No, it's just if he has sound, there is no excuse for what I just saw.
Oh, holy shit.
Lol.
Great.
Oh,
He's
my
good.
God.
Fucking dinked.
I'm just gonna.
Holy shit!
I
And I was caught live too.
Hell yeah.
Holy shit!
Negip all the way.
Let's move out.
Oh.
They're not gonna expect me every time, right? I mean, I'm gonna be here every
They're gonna call
time.
me hacked for sure. They're totally gonna report me, eh?
I mean, wrong report.
Out. Not mid.
Deploying flashbang. Grenade out.
Don't know how they feel about wrongly reporting.
Oh Jesus, they're all fucking out. B.
B?
B.
Shit.
Hey, decided to go shotgun.
All B.
Kenneth is still long. Careful, he might shotgun you in the back, Tira.
From the back? Long?
Wait, there's still one long.
Yeah, he had a shotgun. He tried the shotgun off with me, and he won.
Oh,
There he is.
True. Should check that first.
Do you ever throw me a drop of some kind?
Sure. What do you want? You know what? Let's go sweaty. Here you go. Have that. You don't get to say
Who
it.
is
Take
this?
it. Point and click. That's what you told me.
I don't know how to use this. I only know how to scout.
Just tap some heads. You got this.
Incendiary out.
I'm flashed.
Incendiary.
I'm smoking short and I'm coming away.
I'm grenaded.
Throwing a grenade. Throwing flashbang.
Oh, they're here.
Grenade.
They're going long.
Out.
Oh, and short. They're going A.
Yeah, long short. You think they turned on their hacks?
Probably. Oh
What are
no,
you talking
wait.
about? You can shoot just fine.
Solar is hacking? Kahita?
Oh my fucking god.
Kahita? Oh no!
Like you, gun.
You scum.
Now is the time.
Sure, purple gun there.
Heck yeah.
Alright. This is a good B spawn.
Yeah, this is a B definitely.
We're rushing B?
Yep, we're gonna be.
We're genuinely rushing B here.
All round? Every single round B?
Why am I going first? Oh, well, the grenade, I
You're
guess.
our entry fragger.
What? It exploded on my feet and I almost
I
died.
can't see! I still can't see! Am I safe? Okay, now I can see. Yellow got the bomb.
Yellow, what the fuck are you
Yellow.
doing?
One. Tunnels.
They all rush.
Yeah. Yellow didn't plan in time. It's time for hair dryer.
Good idea.
We love hair
Armor's
dryer.
fake.
Where we going?
I'll go A with you.
I'm just picking.
Oh yeah, Kiki, holy shit.
Oh Jesus, they rushed.
They rush.
Sorry, I was late.
The bomb's there on the
That
ground.
could have gone first.
On to your right.
Don't push him.
Oh,
I kinda had to.
Oh, I meant like rotate.
Oh,
Yeah.
they've been doing the rush.
they like rush, we defend.
B.
B.
I guess we are on
Nah,
this
I don't
side.
think we can rush B this round.
Yellow, come on.
Like, I'm not going to.
I just had lunch. Nice. Ready for the round rolling? Okay. Holy shit, I was just standing in the middle. That was a bad
Thank
name
you for
for
the
me.
gun.
Oh, shotgun.
Rush B, mid, but tagged. Oh,
They,
he's down.
they love Russian. Hope you had a wonderful lunch, Mirp. Ooh.
They can hear you running green. They knew we were rotating. God damn it. Oh well.
They were rushing. I guess we should not rush.
Oh, didn't they rush mid last
Yeah, I
time?
mean that was my thinking. Playable lurk and anti-rush.
I'm playing the gap and see if they rush again. Checking.
that's not throwing it to anyone when I do that. That's just putting it down somewhere.
Guess I'm not rushing anymore.
I hear one.
Oh, middle coming in? I got headshot out of nowhere. Making a round now doing my own combo stuff? Of course. Have fun, Merp. Good luck to you, thank you.
There's also one more short.
That's a short one.
Mid.
AWP. Oh,
Ah, so many bullets. My one weakness, many bullets.
I
In my
think
general face's direction. Turn your cheats off, when? Notice he's not talking anymore.
because they are winning.
Yeah, I figured they'd come up the middle.
I'm going to A long.
Check your right, ladies. Jesus. I thought there was one there.
One at point.
Plant.
I think
One short.
one mid B.
So one mid, one short. Alright. Here, short.
Running up, I think.
Flush.
Another short.
Mid? Short.
Oh! I was just staying there.
Who wants that?
I don't want it.
Yellow
I
one.
suck. I suck with them.
This is what we have been working for. Throwing smoke. Throwing the flashbang.
You think he's gonna come in the middle again?
Feels like it.
Throwing fire.
Bombs out. Uh oh.
Mid?
You just fucking double dicked me out of that hurt.
Behind?
Oh my god, Scar.
Nine, one.
How do you
Star
shit me
side.
through the smoke?
Yeah, that guy it just double dicked me. That hurt.
With an AUG.
Yep. Just bang bang. And I did it.
Let's go, my brother.
I'll try to fight A.
Go B, go B, go B. I'm just making some noise here.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw one smoke at A just to think that. Let them think.
Watch tunnels for me, please.
Looking.
Plaything?
I'm planting the bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
I gotta reload.
One coming.
They don't stop coming.
Probably
They don't
windows.
stop coming.
One more.
That was a terrible throw.
2 tunnels.
One door. One tunnels.
One tunnel.
Just rush them.
No.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to communicate quicker that you needed to rush them one at a time.
It feels like they're coming from all over the place.
Yeah.
Did you not have a kid? Oh no.
Oh, they don't have a kid?
Yeah.
Counter-terrorists win.
Fish. Now Fish is saying
Oh,
it.
is it this guy again?
Now our team is telling them cheater.
Yeah, he turned on his cheese. That's why he's coming up the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now he's second. He's like, I counter cheese with cheese. That doesn't make it better.
Be cheat with cheat.
There's one in mid.
Oh wow, I got immediate headshot. Okay.
Good job.
Go to bed? No. Scar A.
Jack. He's sitting there, camping.
Oh shit.
No, he's not.
There's a Dak long, but he's holding the bomb.
Oh shit.
Counter-terrorists win.
To go from a loss to a win, suspicious.
It is possible, but they're suddenly getting super good. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, let's go.
Why did I grab an AK? Dak, huh?
oh my goodness.
How?
Well, I'm fine.
Counter-terrorists
Yikes.
Notice how he left immediately when the match ended? That's suspicious as hell.
Purple, right?
No, isn't that our guy? No, that's
No, that was
that's
theirs.
their purple.
I
That
don't
was the
know.
one that was calling us
Yeah,
hacks. The
purple was-
moment it ended, he left.
Yeah, but he was also pretty low, so shrug.
Shrug. Money spent. I'm the big spender, but I didn't kill anyone. Oh, you know, I got a bunch of kills.
I forgot to open
Yeah,
this.
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna
I
open it now.
didn't feel like there was much sus that I noticed at least.
Towards the end, a little bit, but no, not really.
Like, yeah, like double dink with an org. I mean, it happens.
Oh.
It's not that hard.
I mean, me getting shot whenever me getting shot towards the end with the AUG immediate headshot. I didn't even see them yet. Oh, only that one I feel a little bit but the rest, yeah, the rest is fine.
Yeah, they just seemed like they like the org, to be honest.
Like they practice all every time.
Yeah, with that free aim bot targeting game simulator thing on Steam or whatever they call it.
Aim labs?
Possibly.
I think
You
it's
wanna
in
do another
labs,
'cause
yeah.
that was pretty short, or are you done?
I am gonna go get food.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Go get num-nums.
It is like
Okay.
7.
Go get nums.
I'm gonna go get nums. I'll quit the game now.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye. Thanks for playing. We should do this more.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Done. Oh, look at that. It's banana. Oh my goodness. It's the best game in. Oh my god. It's the best game, not in the world, but it's the best game, period. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just joking. I only play banana for the fun of it because I heard the comparison from Merp. It's like Merp's telling me that the Star Wars Outlaws this one is like doing way better than Star Wars Outlaw, and it's just a banana. Something about that is just so funny. So I just started playing it. Anyway, that was a nice session. Even though I didn't do good, to be honest, like throughout the whole session. Only that one negative round, I did pretty okay. But the rest, it's fine. It's okay, you know. Yeah, I think I feel like I want to practice more, but at the same time, it's like, I just kind of want to play this game casually with friends, and that's pretty much it. The reason I love this game is just because I like to shoot the guns. I feel like the guns in this game feels like the best for me. Like I played World War Z Aftermath. Guns feels good, but somehow I feel like it's a little bit you know, it's just Counter-Strike has a little bit of that feel. I don't know how to explain the feel. Maybe I'm biased towards Counter-Strike. I don't know. I have no idea. But I like Counter-Strike. Expect me to play a lot more, right, in the future. I'm not gonna like try hard to get good at it. Pretty much. Pew pew pew, yeah, heck yeah. Feel Kobold? I'm being felt. Oh yeah, there's the cut the hair. I forgot. I need to cut my hair. Okay, speed run. I'm gonna summon Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Yes, you are. I've been felt, and I have a Discord channel. I'm gonna announce things really soon. To be honest, I don't know if tomorrow I can stream. I'll see. If I cannot stream, because something came out, then I'll make sure to tell you guys about it on Discord. But if not, then I'll stream as usual, right? Something came out tomorrow. I might have to take care of it. But if not, then hell yeah, I might just be able to just play more Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike for fun. And we're gonna raid Merp, obviously. We're gonna raid Merp. Hell yeah. This time we're gonna raid Merp Shinies. I'm sorry, Merp, it has to be done. We're gonna get Merp Shinies. And let's do it real quick. I'm gonna type in the raid to Merp. Because the hair cutter is here, and I forgot. I forgot my friend is coming to cut my hair, and I forgot. Oh my god. Okay, anyway, we'll see if tomorrow I cannot stream because of that certain thing that I need to take care of. Then I'll tell you guys about it in my Discord, right? If not, then I can just stream as usual. So yeah, I just assume the other team's better than me until proven otherwise. True. I need to keep that mindset in as well. Sometimes it feels a little sus, but yeah, I need to like start thinking. It's almost like it's the same with me playing Tekken as well, right? Because I heard a lot of like scripts and cheats that Tekken has, and I start to be more paranoid if they just block my health sweep. It's like, oh no, they're cheating. It's like, nah, they just read you the pattern recognition, right? So after knowing, or after realizing that, the game feels a lot more chill, more in terms of not being too mean to myself. Yeah, that one as well. Like people can be good. Like there are sweats in the game, crazy, right? And like I forgot what I want to say. Fuck my brain. Wow. Okay. Nope, my brain's gone. I don't know what I wanted to say. I forgot. That's what I like about Valorant. You can modify if someone you reported gets banned. CSGO did, if I remember correctly. Not sure if CS2 does. That's sad. I want to like report someone, especially when people just like throw out slurs in the game. I met so many of them, racism slurs and shit. It's like, what the fuck? obviously I just report them so that they don't like try to get my channel banned. I just don't know. Fair enough. I mean, I reported a lot of like abusive language. Yeah, abusive language because of like abusive communication. You know, people like constantly, if they constantly shit on people, I think that's a report for me as well. Because like I suck at the game, and I know there are people who is worse than me, and there are obviously a lot more people that's like stronger than me. But let people play the game, right? Like, people just want to play the game to feel the game, right? They don't necessarily play the game to want to win the game. So it's like, what's up with that? What's up with that? It's like, it's just kind of weird, right? My mom came in and is like, like, you know that game, Big Matt, you missed the end of game rage. Well, guess that that warrants a report from me then. I'm glad I did it early. Also, thanks for the 35 stream streak, Alcoport. I know it's kind of a while ago. Thank you. Anyway, I typed the number. And we're gonna rate Merp. And probably that was funny though. Yeah, like honestly, I'm not gonna say all Singaporean, but most. Especially when they play Counter-Strike, Valorant, Lu, League of Legends, Dota, Mobile Legends, like these kind of games, like free MOBA competitive 5-on-5, like very sweaty games, right? Like they are really afraid of losing. Definitely toxic, but the kind you just have to laugh at because it's so pathetic. And them in particular, I mean, yeah. Aussie server, if I remember correctly. For what game? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go right now. I'm sorry. We should talk more tomorrow. Or even in the DMs if you want. My DMs are they open? I don't know. Oh, Big Matt, you know? Aussies tend to be super competitive, but this one is from Singaporean. I think Singaporean is even more competitive. Like, it's not more competitive, but it's more like they are more afraid of losing, and they will start to blame anyone other than them the moment they start to lose. That's my experience. Yeah, Singaporean server, that one. Okay, I'm gonna raid. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. I know Counter-Strike might not be like a very pleasant viewing experience. I don't know, but hey, I had fun. I hope you guys had fun as well. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. I had fun. I had lots of fun. Like, no joke, I love playing Counter-Strike. I know it's like a game that's like being shit on by other people. You just got a Steam notice someone got banned. Oh, I don't see it? No. Oh, hell yeah. Pop off, fuck yeah. I don't know who that is, but hell yeah. But yeah. Here comes the right timber. I think it was, so probably not the one of the games today. Probably. No idea, don't say. Fair enough. Alright, here comes the right timber. We are going to raid Merp Shiny. Merp Shiny is gonna be ours. I'm gonna steal. I'm gonna steal. No, I feel like the emote should change. Justice feels good. Oh, I feel like the emote should change. Give me a second. See if I have enough time to like change it. Nope, definitely not. Okay, fine. Oh wait, maybe I do. Oh shit. No, wait. Time. I can change it here. I have Merp stream on here. And then go this one. Alright, we're just gonna do this one. There. Done. You got the rate message. Because I feel like the Bappy Pulse is more fitting for stealing the shinies. Anyway, I had fun. It's really fun. I love Counter Strike. So take care, everyone. Go below, y'all. Right? Take care. Bye bye. Tunnel 有剪头发。